pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Through the screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is March 22nd. It is 2:32 p.m. right on time. I'm happy to be here with you. Thank you for joining us. We have a lot to talk about today because there's a lot going on in the world. There's the news about Afroman, and you probably have seen some of the images. You've probably heard a couple of the songs. By now, you have heard something about Afroman, but there's still a few questions about that, like how important is the Afroman decision in courts? We'll talk a little bit about that. There's, of course, what's going on over with the U.S.-Iran war. We're hearing words and rumors of people talking about, is there going to be a draft? And we're hearing that from AI. But that's being pushed out by the leftist mainstream news media as if it is a reality. Is there going to be a draft? Would you want to join the draft if that's the case? We also have the U.S. NATO allies, the European Union and the United Kingdom. Are they joining the United States in opening up the Strait of Hormuz? Right now, there is a deadline issued by Donald Trump that within 48 hours, if there is no opening, if Iran continues to keep the strait closed off, well, we're going to take significant action. And they promise to have sleeper cells and terrorism around the world if that does take place. Well, that's a very interesting question to talk about. Obviously, we should go back and review one of the issues I talked about during the Biden-Harris administration in 2023, 24, many years, the potential for a three-regional war scenario, not World War III, which is also being pushed out by a lot of, I think, uninformed individuals. People who are fear-mongering are talking about World War III. What I do believe is realistic is three regional wars, and that's something we were talking about for years, and I think it's still a possibility with some modifications. We'll talk a little bit about that. And of course, there's so much more going on that we do want to talk about. We're going to have a conversation on all of that and more, because your comments in the chat are important. And as you can see, well, we left up, we'll be talking about the draft and how blue states are doing across America, Afroman, illegal immigration, our airports. We'll talk about all of that. But we look forward to always hearing from you. This is a conversation. It is not a one-way me talking to you. It's not a lecture. This is a conversation with you. Wherever you are in the world, we reach over 100 countries each time we do this for the last 9 years. And we look forward to hearing from you, reaching us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Rumble, on X, and every other platform. We want to hear what you have to say live. And you can reach us with a super chat or a Rumble rant to help keep the channel afloat and to let people know what you think. So we're looking forward to hearing that. And of course, we will respond as you guys reach out to us. So we got a lot to talk about today. And I'm going to start off with something I think should be said first and foremost. This is not really any kind of news per se. And whoop, what happened here? No. There we go. Screen messed up. Okay. Obviously, it's Chuck Norris. This is something that surprised a lot of people around the world. Now, Chuck Norris was 86 when he passed away just a day ago. And it's kind of sad. I was very upset about that. Chuck Norris came to fame basically in the 80s. He was doing some movies, martial arts with Bruce Lee in the 70s. And he got a lot of fame there and then really created his own character, his own mythos, so to speak, in the 80s. And he was one of the leading men of action movies back in the 80s, actually brought in that genre into America, bringing martial arts in as well as action. And he pretty much kept that mystique throughout the rest of his life. At 86, he was in great shape. I believe he was climbing a mountain. He climbed a volcano, a 10,000-foot volcano, it's being reported, when he was 85. He was out sparring when he was in just a couple of weeks ago, just before he passed away. So he's absolutely an icon of good health, of a solid life. He had core values. And of course, there are some on the left who are looking at his values, which are center right, and they always have been. He served in the Air Force. He was one of 100 individuals who were made an honorary United States Marine. He supported the United States, our country. He loved our country. And he was friendly with Donald Trump as well. And in fact, as we now know, he was a Donald Trump supporter, something that Hollywood hates, but he didn't care. And I miss him. I think he was a good actor. He left a lot of good memories around the world. His fan base was not just the United States, it was international. And internationally, he was seen as a solid figure, both for America, for martial arts, and for just being a decent human being. And he will be missed. And for all of those who are on the left that are saying, oh my God, he supported Donald Trump, so therefore he must be evil. He's a white man, so therefore he must be evil. People are saying stupid things like that make no sense whatsoever. You have a problem. If you hate Chuck Norris, or you devalue Chuck Norris, his life and what he achieved because of his political preferences, there is something wrong with you. Not Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris is not at fault. That's a problem with someone who would value someone on something so superficial, such surface level, that, oh, he has the wrong color of skin, so I can't celebrate his life. Oh my God, he's a straight man, can't celebrate his life. Oh my God, he has politics that are different than mine, so I can't celebrate his life. Are you insane? To those people who would denigrate this man and his memory and his achievements simply because they have a feeling in terms of politics that Chuck Norris didn't share, you're seriously ill. You're mentally ill, and there is something wrong with you. I'm not telling you that you have to love Chuck Norris. I'm not telling you that you have to have the same feeling. You didn't grow up with him like I did, maybe. Maybe you don't know his movies like I did. You didn't follow his life to an extent as I did. Okay, fine. But to denigrate him, that is something that shows a problem in the individual, not in Chuck Norris. That's where I stand on that. And people may disagree with me on that. I don't think most will. But yeah, I think that's definitely a problem of the left. And only leftists seem to do that. But let's see what some of the comments say. We do have a comment coming in from Gracie is with us. Hello, Gracie. And Gracie says, Chuck Norris definitely built a brand before that was even a thing in Hollywood. Yeah. It was Bruce Lee really brought America's attention towards martial arts and that way of life. And Chuck Norris worked with him on that, specifically in the Way of the Dragon or Return of the Dragon, depending on where in the world you were. The movie had two different titles. But he also went and made it much more American, where Bruce Lee had that foreign element to it. He was, of course, he's an American, but he was also Chinese, and he was bringing that difference, that something not normally found in America as much, and he brought that element, Bruce Lee did, to martial arts and movies and entertainment and to culture in America, whereas Chuck Norris took that same thing and made it a little bit more American, made it friendlier and more accessible for a lot of Americans back in the 70s and 80s. So it wasn't seen as something comical. The martial arts movies and action wasn't seen as something farcical or secondary or something to ignore. It was something to take seriously. It was an art form. It was a way of life. It was a way of being healthy and self-defense. And I think he helped to normalize that in America, which then gave us the opportunities with people like Jet Li and Jackie Chan and the history of martial arts in America. I think that's, in part, it was started by Bruce Lee. It was carried by Chuck Norris after Bruce Lee's death. I think that was very important. And yeah, he had a brand. Didn't exist really before him. Gracie says, I studied martial arts for years, and I had heard from people who knew Chuck Norris that he was an excellent tournament fighter. Oh, well, he was very accomplished. He was known for actually being whereas Bruce Lee was known for being a street fighter, someone who his prowess was something that was in part self-taught in fighting gangs in China as a young man. In fact, that's why Bruce Lee came to America. His family got him out of China because he was having too many fights in Hong Kong, in China, and they were worried about him dying. So they shipped him over with family to America, where Bruce Lee grew up, and he became the man that we knew. But he was more of a street fighter, whereas we see Chuck Norris grew up more traditionally in martial arts tournaments and kickboxing. And he was very well known for being a highly accomplished kickboxer. I believe he was a world champion for a good part of the 70s into the 80s. And so that's where he came with his fame. So I'm not surprised. He was indeed considered phenomenal. And I respect that. I respect that a lot. Both men became quite accomplished and recognized internationally for the different paths that they went through that we don't really see anymore. We don't really hear about athletes in that way. A very different world. I mean, remember, Muhammad Ali was international for boxing. There was no such thing as MMA. It didn't exist. Wrestling was an entirely different thing and far more comical, more entertainment relief. Back in the 70s, 80s, even in the 90s, it was far different culture. And so it's a very different world to look at. But thank you for remembering him and sharing some of your thoughts about Chuck Norris. I really did. I respected him. I respected that man for what he did. And I really don't like that there are some who would denigrate him or anyone because they don't like they didn't feel the same as that individual, that they didn't share the same exact copy paste feelings. I'm sorry, no one does. No one should. And that should not be the barometer of whether someone's a good person or a bad person, is whether or not they copy paste the feelings and the way you look at the world and they copy paste that. That should not be our definition of a good person. Not at all. But that's my point of view. Some people may disagree with me. I'd like to hear what you think. So let me go on. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. Now, I will get to Afroman in just a little bit. For those who are unfamiliar, and I know that's one of the leading topics over this weekend, has been Afroman, a rapper from the 80s who actually the 90s, who came to fame under the song And Then I Got High. I'm really not a fan of his rapping style of music. I'm not a fan of his lyrics, but decent, man made his money, lived his life. I got no problems with him. He's an entertainer. He entertained millions of people. He still is. We'll talk more about his case and what happened there and why it's so popular this weekend. Because I don't think the reason why so many people are paying attention to the Afroman case and the verdict isn't because of the verdict. I don't think that's it. I don't think it's because of the music videos or what was happening. And I'll explain that in more detail. I think there's an entirely different reason why it's caught on and become like wildfire. It's becoming viral throughout America. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But instead, I want to get serious. Let's get serious here and talk about some of the things that are actually going to make a difference in our lives. I'm going to start off with something that I think is important. And you guys, let me know what you think, whether you agree or disagree. It is all welcome, as long as you're not belligerent. If you're telling me I'm old or that I'm ugly or something like that, I don't care about that. That will get ignored. But I want to hear what you think about some of these things. Let's talk about them in a way that the mainstream news media will not give you the opportunity. They want to cover this in a minute and a half. It deserves more time. So we have from CBS News, the Senate blocks voting bills amendment on transgender. Now, right now, there is a debate going on about the SAVE Act. We've talked about this on this program weeks ago. We've been talking about it for a few weeks. And that is, the SAVE Act is essentially voter ID. Now, we know for a fact, in poll after poll, it's been covered by all the news media, some 83% of all Americans, that's Democrats, Republicans, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, women, men, you name it, though, no matter how you want to chop up the demographics of it, 83%, give or take a percentage, depending on which poll you want to look at, about 83% of every single American wants voter ID. It is something that the public, individuals, want very badly. We want to be secure and we want to feel that our vote, it's one vote for one citizen, and that it matters. That is something that is pretty much universal across America. And we're willing, and we say, to show ID, a valid photo ID is perfectly fine. That is not racist, and anyone who tells you it's racist has a political agenda. They're lying to you, and they're trying to abuse you. That is my opinion. We've covered this before. So the debate is going on now because leadership, the Democratic leadership, is abandoning the rank and file Democrats across America that have a 80 percentile position that they believe voter ID is important, and they want voter ID. These are the Democrats. Polls range from about 75 to about 81% of Democrats want voter ID. But the leadership of the Democratic Party, they don't want it. They are absolutely against this. And they will tell you that it's racist. They will tell you that it is sexist. In fact, the story changes on a regular basis depending on what the Democrat leadership thinks will be most effective emotionally at any given moment. That's why they've changed from saying, well, it's racist to it's sexist, and they keep changing the bar. The bar keeps raising and lowering and changing entirely because they don't have a legitimate reason not to vote the way that their constituents are telling them to vote. And that's a big problem for America. This is the divide, that we see that Democrats are a party that believes they are above American citizens. And to an extent, you see that on the right as well, but not as dramatically and not as universally. What we are seeing on the left is people like Chuck Schumer, people like Hakeem Jeffries. They're talking down to their constituents, to the voters of America, and saying they know better than you. And they are going to make a decision and you're going to live with it, instead of the other way around, that they are supposed to take your voice and raise that voice to the Senate, to the House, and to express it in our government through that representation. They are there to speak for you, not to tell you how they spoke and how you're going to live. Again, that's the difference between the progressive idea of micromanaging our lives, as expressed by very eloquently by Mayor Zoran Mandami as the most recent example, and probably one of the bigger ones in the nation, where he believes that there is no problem in your life that government cannot resolve. That government is the leading answer to everything in your life, according to Zoran Mandami. And that's the mentality that's being used right now in the Senate to debate the SAVE Act, voter ID. Now, in addition, taking the opportunity that this is out in front of the public, and this is a bit of gamesmanship. To be fair, Donald Trump is being somewhat of a gamesman, and Republicans are playing a little bit of a political game here by adding amendments. This is something that all parties do. Whenever there's a bill that is a hot button, hot issue bill that is being debated, very often to make political points, you will see either party will add in what are called poison pills. These are amendments to a bill that are tacked on. And you know for a fact that that amendment will never pass. Now, let me try and explain this process so that people understand it a little more clearly. You have the main bill, okay? In this case, voter ID, which the American people agree with. Democratic leadership are the only ones who don't agree with it. So Democrats don't agree with it, the leadership, the elected officials, and everyone else in America wants it. Fine. Now, the Democrats are holding off on allowing that to get passed. We need 60 votes, not 50, not 51, 60. That's just the procedures of our government. So we need to have roughly seven Democrats to join the Republicans for this to pass and become law in the United States. It would take place in 2027. Fair enough. So what do we see? Well, the Republicans, because 2026 is a midterm election year, and since the public is seeing real time in front of their face that Democrats are abusing their power and not obeying that, ignoring the fact that they are obligated to obey the constituents, the rank and file voter, the Republicans took the opportunity and said, okay, we're going to add onto the bill a separate issue that has nothing to do with voter ID. It's just going to be something we're going to carry in. Now, when you make an amendment to a bill, that means that if voter ID gets passed, every amendment that has been attached to it also gets passed. So they all go together. It's all or none. So you either have to vote against the whole thing or you have to vote either for or against the whole thing, including all these amendments that are being added on. The only way around that is to get that amendment, something added onto the bill, to get it taken off. Just so you understand the process, because most media do not explain this. And they just say, well, the bill has X, Y, Z. They just say that it's something that's part of the legislation. That is a lie. Most of the time, it's something that's been added. We see this mostly when we're talking about budgeting. Anything that has to do with the budget, the national debt. When we're trying to balance the national debt, you often see in the finance bills that they will attach things that have nothing to do with it. This is how we get the shrimp on a treadmill funding for that. That's where that comes from. The pork barrel spending, the bridge to nowhere, is usually something that's attached to the federal funding. It has nothing to do with it, but it's a way of, but you have to vote to fund the government, and therefore that includes all the special grift pork barrel spending. I hope that makes that clear, how that works out. So the Republicans, Donald Trump and Republicans said, okay, we already know we're getting grief. Maybe this will make it better. Maybe this will motivate Democrats. More importantly, it will motivate the American people to put more pressure on Democrats to vote yes, to get 7 of them to say yes and pass the voter ID that the American people want. But here's something else that I believe the majority of Americans want, which is to have women's sports focus on women. I know this is a unique, incredible idea. Oh my God, Mike, you got to be kidding me. Yes, the bill, the amendment added on to the SAVE Act is that women are the focus of women's sports, whether it's Title IX or professional sports. Women are the focus, not trans women, just women, because there is a biological difference, because there is a difference that in sports is obvious and easily recognized. Now, Democrats hate this. The progressives hate this. They are livid about this. Mind you, most women, most Americans agree with this idea. Women's sports should be focused on women. That's fair. Men should not use women's sports as a way to gain acclaim, awards, world records. That's not the place for trans men. I'm not saying, or rather, trans women. That's not their place. That's not fair competition, which is the whole point of Title IX. It's the whole reason why there are women's sports, why we have women's soccer, women's basketball, women's everything, swimming, track and field. There are differences. They are biological. They are something that you cannot ignore. They are facts, absolute facts that there are differences. And therefore, we have competition that is not intermingled. It is separated. Because if you were to include men in women's sports, no woman would win overwhelmingly. I mean, there may be the one rare woman who would win in, say, a track and field event, maybe, but that's highly unlikely. In fact, what you would see is absolute domination by men in women's sports. And we've seen that. These men that say that they are trans, they go into, we've seen it with the swimming. Swimmers in a national level. A trans man blows away every other national woman competitor by magnitudes. I mean, it's not even close. It's just absolutely destroys the world record because he was a trans woman and not a woman in women's sports. And it would be no different than a man in women's sports. Therefore, that's what the amendment that Republicans put in. Something that most women, especially most women in sports, they agree with, unless they are politically dedicated to being a progressive leftist. Unless you're absolutely, everything is about the intersectionality. Unless that is your primary purpose in life, everyone else looks at that and says, no, women should be able to compete with other women instead of having to compete with men because women will lose. That's just a fact. You don't have to like it. That doesn't mean that if I had a 100-meter race that I'm going to beat every woman in the planet. It doesn't mean that. That's not true. That's silly. And sometimes that's the argument that's made by the progressives out there. They try and make it seem like, well, every man can't beat a woman. I'm not talking about every man. I'm talking about athletes. We're talking about people in those sports. Is there a woman in the WNBA that can beat Michael Jordan in basketball? No, There isn't. That's just reality. That doesn't mean they're not good. Doesn't mean that again, women against other women, that there aren't stellar WNBA players. There's just no Michael Jordan there. Michael Jordan would just devastate the best of the women's basketball. That's just a fact. Women play softball, not baseball. They would be devastated. Same thing in swimming, as we just used that example. So there is that difference. I wanted to make sure that's very, very clear, because the mainstream media doesn't make it clear. They try to confuse it. They want people to have feelings about this. Use your emotion instead of your logic. And because of the emotion, well, that lets you go with the Democrat point of view, the progressive point of view, and give them power, which is stupid. So Donald Trump put in this bill, and the goal, the Republicans put in this bill, this poison pill. And I admit it's a poison pill. They know that every progressive, every member of the Democratic Socialists of America will not vote for this because of that poison pill. They want trans people. They want trans people in women's sports, even if it means women lose, because intersectionality and trans individuals have a higher rank in terms of equity than women do. Women are not as important to progressive politics as trans women are. That's just the way the math works. But you would think that even if you were, for the few people, the 20% of America that's maybe not on board with voter ID, well, they would be on board about women competing with women in their sports. And so that would add pressure to Democrats to vote in favor of the Save Act. And as we can see, as being reported by CBS, no, Democrats are like, nope, not going to touch it. So Democrats are saying, the Senate Democrats are saying, not only will they not support America and what their voters, their constituents are telling them in a super majority, 80% is a super majority. Overwhelmingly, Americans are telling them, do what we say. They're fighting against that. And then when you add in the other thing that overwhelmingly Americans do support, which is women in women's sports, they're saying, nope, we're going to double down. We don't care about women. Don't care about women in women's sports. We don't care about one vote, one citizen, one vote. They don't care about any of that. They want it open. Just because Donald Trump, Republicans, this is going to cost them power. That is the news. That's the story in context, in its fullness, with understanding of how our government works, which the mainstream media often excludes. They don't really go into that. They don't have this conversation with you. They just want you to think, well, Orange Man bad, Republicans, MAGA bad, so whatever they're doing must be bad. I want to make sure you understand. Now, you don't have to agree with me. Well, rather, you may not like the facts that I have just covered and explained to you. You may not like that, but the facts are facts. They're absolute. It's the truth. You don't have to like it, but I can't see an argument against it. Unless you want to tell me that, no, someone from a foreign country should be allowed to vote in our elections. Unless you want to tell me that, no, Bob decided to go by the name Bobby, even though he's 6'4", weighs 250 pounds, he should be allowed to join the women's softball team. Unless you want to tell me that's fair and that's perfectly fair for women, then okay, I don't know how you get to that conclusion, but okay, fair enough. Let me actually, we have a comment here. Let me take a look at that. So our comment here, by the way, Gracie, thank you for being the first one to comment today. Gracie says, these career politicians on the left are the last people to tell anyone how they should live. They have no real world experience and could not survive without their donors and party bosses. And Gracie, you are 1,000% correct. And part of what the Democratic leadership is beholden to the unions and the donor base, their special interest groups. Without them, they would never be able to compete. I truly believe that. You take away the unions in particular, and even in New York State, even in California, especially in those states, you would see the entire Democratic Party collapse if they were to lose the unions as donors, if they were to lose their support for each of their candidates. No Democrat, even in New York State, even in New York City, none of them would be able to win. So I agree with you. And I think it's ridiculous. Now, you can tell me, Mike, but it's not fair. It's not fair that Donald Trump put on this poison pill. And it's really not Donald Trump. It's the Republicans. That's the other thing. The media loves to say everything that Republicans do is Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't do this. Donald Trump is not in the Senate. Donald Trump is not in the House. Donald Trump is not running to be the mayor in your city. He is not running for your city council. But Democrats love to make it seem like that, especially in election years like this year, just like in 2024. Every single Democrat running for any office throughout all of America said that they were running against Donald Trump. That was a lie, and it's stupid, and it didn't help anyone. Because your job as a city councilman is not to fight Donald Trump, the president of the United States. That's not your job. And if you're busy trying to figure out a way to fight with Donald Trump, the president elected by 77 million people, the federal government, then you're wasting your time and the taxpayers' money, and you're not doing your job. You're being inefficient, ineffective, and you should be voted out of office. No one, if you are not, no elected state level, local level official should be running against the president. That's not your job. That's not one of your job duties. And by the way, you can't, because federal law supersedes local and state law. That's just a fact. You can't do anything. That's like saying that you're in the middle of Binghamton, as an example, Binghamton, New York, which is in central New York, central southern tier of New York. It's a small town, about 40,000 people. Most people don't even know it exists. Most people don't even know that upstate New York exists. And it's like running for Matt Ryan, a former mayor, running for sheriff right now. And he's saying, I'm going to fight against Donald Trump. I'm going to fight against ICE. Even if Matt, who is a far leftist, I've known Matt Ryan for a decade now. Matt, you're out of your mind. The far left, you're out of your mind. You as a local sheriff will never have influence on immigration policy of the United States. Just doesn't happen, doesn't exist. And saying that you're running to influence the federal government and federal policy on immigration is ridiculous. It's a lie. It is a full-on lie. It may feel good for the left, but it is a factual lie. You can't do anything about it. You can't. So why waste everyone's money, time, and energy by saying you can't? You know you can't. The law says you can't. Don't even try. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. It is virtue signaling and nothing more. But I just want to make that example there. And by the way, Matt Ryan, you know me. You know how to contact me. If you think I'm wrong, if you want to have this discussion, I will give you as much time as you want, Matt. I'll have you on. I've done interviews with you in the past. You know, I will give you your chance to make whatever comment you would like, and I will not edit it. I will let you speak. But you know, as a former lawyer, as a former mayor, you know for a fact that your far left ideology is meaningless on the federal level. Meaningless. So that's just the way it is. But let me go further. So that's what's happening in our Congress right now. And it is important that you pay attention to this and get in touch. If If 80% of America wants to have a safe, secure election to make sure that it is one citizen, one vote, then you need to reach out, especially in the blue states, in California, Illinois, Maine, in Washington State, Oregon, in Colorado, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut. You have to reach out to your senators and you have to tell them, stop wasting my time and our money. Vote for voter ID. 80% of America wants this. And there is no good reason not to. It's racist. How? I know people always say this, and we hear this a lot from the left. Well, it's racist. How? How is it racist? They never like to try and get into the details here. How is it racist? Well, black people don't have ID. That is both ignorant and insulting. Of course, black people have ID, and they have access to ID. Well, poor people don't have access to ID. Did you just call black people poor? Are you somehow trying to say, well, because you're black, you must also be poor? That is one of the common things that the left will say, not realizing how insulting and how racist that thing is. Just because you're black doesn't mean you're poor, and it doesn't mean you can't get ID or that you don't already have ID. By the way, black people have jobs. You know what you need for a job? ID. As a great example of that, we saw in January when we had the major snowstorm in New York City, one of the bluest of blue cities in the entire country. Zoran Mandami said, hey, come on down, shovel some snow. The New York City will hire you and pay you, I believe it was $19 an hour to shovel snow. Fantastic. Not $30 an hour, because that's the minimum wage Zoran Mandami wants. No, it was $19.49 to shovel snow. And all you had to do is have two forms of photo ID. Two, not one, which is what the SAVE Act is saying. So you could vote with one form of photo ID. To shovel snow in New York City, you have to have two forms of valid ID. Photo ID. But was that racist? Was Zoran Mandami saying that only white people could be able to shovel snow in New York City because he wanted two forms of ID? Because according to the left, according to the progressives and their mindset, well, then black people would never be able to get that job or any job because it requires two forms of ID, and black people don't have ID because they're poor. That is the position of the left. That's insulting. And it's unrealistic. And it's factually incorrect. So therefore, given that, let's do the thing that makes the most sense. Let's get out there, reach out to our senators. Senator Schumer, I'm talking to you. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, I'm reaching out to you. I know you hate to listen to whom you consider subjects, the peasants that are called the common American citizen, but we are speaking up and telling you 80% of America wants voter ID. You may not want that. The Democrats may not want this because they want open borders. They want illegal aliens to vote in our elections. Okay, but America doesn't want that. So pass the damn law. It's just that simple. And let me address, and we've talked about this before. Why do they want open borders? I always hear this argument, but Mike, there's very little voter ID fraud. There's very little voter election fraud. Okay, little does not mean none. And when you say little, how much is that? Well, we don't know. Why? Because New York State, California, New Jersey, Illinois, Maine, the bluer than blue states will not do a voter audit. They will not tell us how many people should or should not be on the voter rolls. This is why in New York State, in every election for my entire lifetime, we see that dead people are voting. Happens all the time. We see it all the time, every election. there's at least 120-year-old person or several of them that vote in every election. And amazingly, that dead person always votes Democrat. It's shocking. It's just amazing that somehow 120, 130, 150-year-old people will vote in New York State elections, and they always vote Democrat, no matter how they lived their life. It's crazy. We need voter rolls, but New York State won't do that. And we know that illegal aliens do get registered to vote. We've already seen reports on that. We don't know the full amount. No state will tell us how many illegal aliens get registered to vote, but we do catch it from time to time, and we do know that they do vote. So let's assume that it's just 1%. Let's assume that it's just 1% of the total people who are voting. That's enough to change most elections. Most elections. I've seen this in upstate New York. I've seen elections for Congress that are decided by 10 votes, 100 votes. That's less than 1% of the total number of votes. It's like 0.04% of the vote decided it. Literally a dozen people. I've seen local elections that are decided by one vote alone. And you're telling me 1% of the ballot, of the voting base, are illegal aliens, potentially. That is 10 times more people than you need to win every election. That is enough to change every election if it's just 1%. If it's 0.5%, that's still about 5 times more votes than you need to change most elections at the local and state level, sometimes even the federal level. So why not have voter ID? How does that hurt anyone? And finally on that, to push this forward one more time, Black people, the very people that progressives are saying they're trying to help, 76% of Black Americans are saying they want voter ID. How can you help the people who are telling you do the exact opposite? Democrats are putting themselves above Black people and say, well, you don't know. You just don't understand. You're Black. You're poor. And apparently you must be ignorant because the left, the Democrats in Congress, in the Senate, they know better than you how to live your life and how you should be voting and how you can vote. That's insulting. That's racist. Okay. But hey, if you disagree, if you think men should be competing with women in women's sports, fantastic. Say nothing. Do nothing. Let the Democrats fight this all day. If you think even 1% of illegal aliens should be voting in elections, changing the outcome, hey, do nothing. Say nothing. That is the choice we have in America. All right. Let me move forward. A little bit. Again, folks, if you disagree with me for any reason, let me know. Get on to YouTube, Facebook. You can do a super chat. You can do a Rumble rant for Rumble and say, Mike, you just don't understand. You don't understand. It's so important. Please tell me why. Explain it to me. Because I understand it. Have I misspoken about it? I don't think so. Okay, so let me move on. Let's talk about a little bit about what's happening in Iran. The United States versus Iran. And I know I've heard a couple of people tell me, well, it's Israel's war. No, it's not. It's America's war. America has thousands of reasons of why we are upset. We have 47 years of problems with Iran. And I know they want to say, but they were just chanting death to America. They were also killing Americans. They didn't just chant. They did support global terror around the world that affected every country, and that includes the United States. There are sleeper cells in America that have been activating for decades that have killed American citizens. And most recently, since this war has started, we've seen at least 5 different incidents. I've seen numbers as high as 14, but at least 5 other incidents where we have seen what we believe are terrorist cells that support Iran that have activated and tried to kill American citizens, including at Gracie Mansion here in New York City, where 2 kids who are aligned with ISIS, fair enough, who tried to blow up a bunch of Americans because they were Americans. That's it. That's all it took. They're Americans. So they tried to blow them up with homemade grenades. Yeah. This is Iran is the reason why these things happen. We have 47 years of these kinds of events that we have seen consistently happening. Remember Fort Hood, Alu Akbar? Do you remember that? San Bernardino, Orlando? We've seen this a lot. And in each of these cases, you can draw a direct line back to Iran and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, that is responsible for all of it. They are the root of many deaths here, thousands of Americans that have died around the world, and people from every other country in the world. It's why the Middle East hates Iran. You notice, no one in the Middle East is upset with America in fighting Iran. The Middle East isn't saying, oh my God, you're fighting Iran. You don't hear Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon. You don't hear Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, or Qatar. None of them are upset with us. None of them are upset with Donald Trump. None of them are fighting on the side of Iran. They're not doing it. Those are their neighbors. They have the same religions, the same customs, the same local region. They're not against America. They're supporting us in getting this done. That should tell you a lot about this. So let's talk about this war. And again, if you disagree, fine. But if you want to tell me, well, it's Israel's war. The Middle East isn't supporting the United States because of Israel. We have our own reasons, and that's why the rest of the world is supporting America. Some of them doing it slowly because they don't want to be too involved because of politics and virtue signal. And I'm talking about Keir Starmer when I say that, and Emmanuel Macron in France when I say that. But they're all doing it. So here we go. Donald Trump threatens to obliterate Iran's power plants as Iran strikes 2 Israeli cities. Now, it's not because Iran struck 2 Israeli cities. It's because of the Strait of Hormuz. But as you can see, this is from NPR, and NPR is left-leaning. NPR does not like Israel. It has never liked Israel, apparently. And so anytime they can make Israel look like the bad guy, NPR tries to do so. And they're being dishonest here, saying that Donald Trump is saying this is because of it has nothing to do with the Israeli cities that were struck. It was because of the Strait of Hormuz. Because for Iran, they always knew. This is true. We can go back. I wrote articles about this back in 2013 about the Obama administration and their problems with Iran and the fact that the Strait of Hormuz was a threat from Iran against the Obama administration, saying that they would close it off. It is the nuclear option, so to speak, for Iran. Their ultimate ace in the hole, their trump card, so to speak, that they can play is to block off oil from the rest of the world, to block off food and commodities, and especially oil and gas, to cut that off from the rest of the world. That is their ultimate final move. They don't have anything. The only other thing that Iran has is terrorism. Those are the last 2 things they have that they can play as cards in a battle, in a war. Those are the 2 things that they can do that will affect everyone in the world and try and get them to support Iran, or at least to hold back the United States from completely obliterating the leadership of Iran. Again, this is a war against the leadership, not the people of Iran. The People of Iran are fine. It's the leadership that we're truly fighting. We're fighting the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. We're fighting the Ayatollah and the mullahs, whose theological, fanatical belief in radical Islam is a threat to the world. To the world. No matter what you could be as leftist as you could possibly be. You could be Zoran Mandami. And the Ayatollah will kill you because you're an American citizen. Because you believe in the Constitution. Or in the case of Zoran Mandami, because we think he believes in the Constitution, not really sure about Zoran Mandami. So this is an example of bias, of news media bias coming from NPR. Because they are taking a fact, yes, Iran did strike 2 cities in Israel. True. But that's not why Donald Trump said, you know what, we're going to block off. We're going to go in and start blowing up some infrastructure of Iran. It's because of the Strait of Hormuz. It's because the world needs 20% of the world's oil and gas is being stopped. And that is going to cause people in Africa and Laos and in Thailand, in Micronesia, throughout Southeast Asia, in Africa, around the world, people are going to starve. They're going to freeze. They're going to die because they don't have electricity. They don't have energy. People are not going to be able to work. They're going to be starving. They're going to be dying because of what Iran has done in the Strait of Hormuz. The mainstream news media doesn't want to tell you that because it would make sense why Donald Trump is telling every country that is an ally of the United States, get up off your ass and help us because you need this oil as much as anyone else. The price, the economies of the world are going to be affected negatively. So get involved. Countries are going to starve. Humanitarian need is going to skyrocket because of the Strait of Hormuz. So this affects everyone in the globe. So you know what? Europe, United Kingdom, Southeast Asia, get up and help us. Help us clear the Strait of Hormuz so that the ships can get through, the oil, the food, the commodities can get distributed around the world where it's needed so that things don't get crazy for everyone. That's the truth of it. And that's what NPR could have said, but they wanted to spin this in an anti-Semitic way. Not that it is anti-Semitic, but in an anti-Semitic manner, because they know there is a huge leftist hate for those who are Jewish or Semitic. We know this from Harvard. We've seen it at Harvard. We've seen it at Columbia. We've seen it at Binghamton University, Cornell. We've seen it at Stanford, UCLA. The colleges have been indoctrinating the youth, not just in being progressive, but that progressivism means that they hate Israel too. They hate Jews as well. It is anti-Semitic. And that's why you see the NPR making this false equivalence, this false argument. And that's a problem because you're not getting a true answer. And they won't take the time that I'm taking, nor are they willing to have the conversation I'm willing to have right now with you guys. And if someone wants to tell me, Mike, you just don't understand, fantastic. You can go to YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. You can go to Rumble, type it out, send me a SuperChat, send me a RumbleRant. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me how America has absolutely nothing to do with Iran. Iran has not said for 47 years, every day for 47 years, that we are the great Satan and that we need to be destroyed, that every American has to be removed off the face of the earth. Somehow tell me how the Ayatollah has not said that for 47 years in a row, that they have not actively been involved in almost every act of terrorism in the world, and that was targeted towards the United States for 47 years. Somehow show me how that isn't the case, because all evidence says it is. Yeah, because of Israeli cities. That's just stupid. After warning of retaliatory attacks on the US and Israel infrastructure, Iran on Saturday night launched missiles to two southern Israeli cities that lie close to the country's main nuclear research center. The Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF, said about 180 people had been injured, some severely. Also overnight, Donald Trump, President Trump, gave around 48 hours to reopen a crucial waterway, the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so, and again, if you thought for any reason that I was somehow making this up, if I was wrong about this, the title says Trump threatens to obliterate Iran's power plants as Iran strikes two cities. They want you to think that this is about Israel. That's why they worded that headline. This is manipulation. This is a slippery slope to make you think that one is connected to the other, that because Israel, the cities got struck, that Donald Trump is reacting because it's Israel's war. It's not. This is an illusion. They are making it up. They're putting together a connection they know is false, but they're counting on people just reading the headline and jumping to the conclusion that they want, the lack of logic that they want to have involved here. Because they say in the third paragraph, they tell you they're not connected. Donald Trump was telling Iran that they have to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Otherwise, in 48 hours, there's going to be significant actions taken by the United States. Has nothing to do with Israel. This is not about Israel. And there's a lot of people lying to you on the internet right now that are trying to say, no, but it's because of Israel. It has nothing to do with Israel. It just doesn't. I know there's some people who may say, well, but Mike, you just don't understand. It has nothing to do with it. You can want it to be connected. That's your feeling. And for the left, feelings are obviously the most important thing that could ever possibly happen. The reality has nothing to do with it. And I just wanted to point out to you guys. Now, the 48 hours, this was on March 22nd, today. Donald Trump made that announcement last night. So depending on last night, including the time differences between Iran and the United States. So this was issued for us last night. To them, it was during the day of March 22nd. So we have until the 24th, effectively, till the end of business on Monday. Effectively. That by the end of Monday, if it doesn't reopen, the United States will engage in greater infrastructure destruction. Not citizens, not targeting citizens, but targeting more of the infrastructure of Iran, which will, of course, indirectly affect citizens. It will make it harder for them. It will make some of them upset with the United States. But we have been going out of our way to avoid hitting infrastructure, things critical for the civilians in Iran. We're fighting the government, not the people. So I wanted to bring that up because I thought it was kind of important there. And I think that makes a difference. And again, this is now being reported by Axios, which is about as far left as you can get. It's not quite to the level of the Huffington Post, but it's not far short of that. It's about as far left as you get. Axios says, Trump to Iran, open Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, in 48 hours, or U.S. bombs power plants. Again, the infrastructure. Now, let's see what they say here. Why does it matter? The threat marked a dramatic reversal from just a day earlier when Donald Trump floated ending the war. No, Donald Trump didn't say we would end the war. In fact, he has rejected the appeal coming from Iran requesting ceasefire. Iran has been asking since the first day of this war that they want to have ceasefire. Now, as the government has shifted in Iran, as they have been trying to find an Ayatollah, a supreme leader, as their members of their government have gotten promoted and died pretty much on the same day. There's been a lot of miscommunication throughout all of Iran, which is why the foreign minister of Iran has initially started off in the first week constantly saying, let's get a ceasefire, let's get a ceasefire, let's have conversations, ceasefire, and let's start talks. In fact, all the way almost up until the third week, we're now in the middle of the third week, but for the first 2 weeks, that has been the primary negotiation tactic of Iran. They need the time to reorganize their government, to get control over their military, to assess the amount of damage that has happened. So they're trying to deal with the shock of war. That's why you've heard the foreign minister of Iran say, well, we should have talks, we should have a ceasefire, we're willing to talk about this, we're willing to negotiate. And they've offered various things in these first 2 weeks. Why? Because they need time to rebuild, to put in a general that isn't killed overnight. They need the Ayatollah to actually be the Ayatollah. They need a supreme leader. They need new mullahs to replace the ones that have been killed. They have to rebuild their government infrastructure so that they can get orders going back and forth. That's something that a lot of people haven't emphasized when they're talking about this, that this is about making sure that Iran can function as they have been. They want to, the whole point of the Iranian government right now is they have been trying to offer anything and everything they can so that they can reorganize and maintain their tyrannical, fanatical, theological control over Iran. And that's the whole thing. The pressure has made it almost impossible for them to do that. And if they are able to do that, they can then get their stranglehold back on the people. The biggest terror or the biggest fear of the Iranian government right now isn't the United States. It isn't Israel. It's not Europe or any other nation. It's the Iranian people. If the Iranian government continues to look weak, it is probable, not absolute, but it is probable that the insurgents, the people in Iran who are tired of the Ayatollah, they're tired of having 1,000% inflation, that they will rise up and they will take over the government. They will take the government back from the religious fanatics that have held it in control since 1980. And that, I believe, has been the main thing that Donald Trump has been looking to see happen. That's the main thing that the United States wants. That's why we haven't deployed troops at this point. That we're not putting in troops into Iran because we wanted this. Donald Trump said on the first day of the war, this is the opportunity for the Iranian people. If they want to have regime change, if they want to take back their government, this is the best time they're going to get. We are knocking out as much of the government infrastructure as possible. We're creating as much confusion as possible. The Iranian government's struggling to try and figure out who's in charge and what's the plan. And as long as they're doing that, that gives the Iranian people a chance to rise up and take their government, take control of their government, and that would end the war. That, I think, is why we haven't seen American troops land. That's why I think that Donald Trump was speaking directly to those people. Why we haven't destroyed the infrastructure, but we have hit the military, we have hit missile silos, we have hit uranium accelerators. That's why that's happened. And again, mainstream media doesn't want you to understand that, because then you would understand there is actually a plan here. There has always been a plan. And that plan isn't do whatever Israel says. It's actually a plan from Donald Trump to make the world safer and better in 20 years. You may disagree, but that's what's going on. hang on, we got some comments here. Let's take a look at the comments. So we have comments here from Lunar Entity says, free speech being, what is it? Oh, there it is. The entire Afroman trial feels like manufactured spectacle. No, it's not. I find it harder and harder to trust anything at face value, especially when delivered by the news media cabal. I think you're misunderstanding the case. Mind you, yes, the news media isn't why everyone's talking about the Afroman legal case. That's has nothing to do with the mainstream news media. The mainstream news media aren't the ones who've been promoting it or the reason why so many people are interested. That's been promoted by social media, by people like myself and others. Nate the lawyer. Oh my God, excuse me. People like Nate the lawyer, among others, also Asmongold, have been talking about this. And there have been hundreds of thousands of people who follow Asmongold, Nate the lawyer, and many, many others who are saying, hey, this is an interesting case. And there's some really important legalities that are going on and politics that are going on that you should know about. And then the news media jumped on the bandwagon because that's where the eyeballs are going already. So they rolled with it. So to say that this is about the news media, it's not. So you fundamentally misunderstood what's driving this story. In the second thing is the story itself. There are aspects about this that make it compelling, but that's not because of the law. So that's something a little bit different. Lunar Entity goes on to say, free speech being paraded around like a circus, almost like the intent is to mock, not revere it. Well, no, I disagree with you on that. And we haven't gotten to Afroman. It is a subject I'm getting to. The show is a lot longer than what most political commentaries are. They usually go for about an hour. I don't. I go for about 5 hours to 7 hours, sometimes longer. So I haven't gotten to the section on Afroman. But since you are in my chat and you asked me, I do want to address your question. And in reference to the Afroman, yes, in part it's about free speech. In part it's about asset forfeiture. In part it's about the abuse of police, of police abuse, the power of the police being abused. And it's about the freedom of an American citizen to respond to that, to use our individual power to right wrongs that have happened to us. There's a lot of aspects to this. So it is in part about free speech, but it's not really. And the fact that Afroman is wearing his USA flag suit, you could take it as being, well, he's mocking America. I don't think so. And I don't think he thought so. That is a celebration of America. It is making it as blatantly obvious as he can that this is about the First Amendment. This is about freedom of speech from his perspective. And yes, he's looking at it in part because of entertainment, but it's also entertainment is a form of speech. That is the one that he has the greatest access to. And he is using his freedom to express himself about things that happen to him. And that his format is music videos and song. You may not like those songs. You don't have to. You may not like his suit. You don't have to. But he has the right to use them, and he is not wrong in the way he's expressing himself. The message he is making is very clear. Now, you may say it's a circus because they're playing his videos in the courtroom. That's the comical surface level of it. It is a serious case about law. It's a serious case about freedom of speech, about the power of the individual. It is a very serious case. It has very serious implications. Now, I think you're also right, though, when Lunar Entity, when you say that, well, it's been made some people are mocking it or laughing at it. That's true because, well, I'm not going to get into the total answer here, but a lot of people don't understand the importance, the underlying legalities and the precedent that is being set here or reinforced here. Most people don't notice that. They're enjoying the spectacle because people don't think about politics. They don't think about law. They don't discuss this anymore. And that's a problem. Because we're not discussing laws, we don't understand the principles of our legal system anymore. People only see the surface level. They see a guy in a very loud, bright American flag suit, and they think, well, this is a joke. No, that's an expression. That's a symbol. That's a symbol. It's a statement. It's meant to draw you in and say, what is the American flag? It is a symbol of our freedom, and one of those freedoms is the freedom of speech. You may not like that presentation. It doesn't mean it's wrong. It doesn't mean that he's not being effective, although I think there are a lot of people in the media who are taking advantage of the music videos, who are taking advantage of the suit, and they're not emphasizing the important factors. They're just staying at that surface level because it's an easy, cheap way to make money. And I will explain that more when I get into that section of the show, and I'll talk more about it. But again, when you guys are asking me questions in the chat, when you ask me to engage with you, I will, regardless of what I'm talking about on the show. And for those who are not familiar, this is, again, I said it at the beginning, this is a conversation. I'm having a conversation with you guys. And whether you agree with me or not, I am in that conversation. I will address your questions. I will give you my reasons as much as I can. And if there's something else that I'm missing, that I'm not getting, that I haven't talked to, I will address it. Now, I only ask Lunar Entity that I will be getting into the Afroman case a little bit more later on in the show. And I'll more fully express my point of view about that in a little bit. But, so don't think that I'm pushing you off. I did want to address at this moment your question to me at this moment, but I'll go into more detail a little bit later in the show. There's a lot to cover. So I just want to make sure you know that. Where did we leave off? Okay. So we were talking about the Iran war. Here's the thing. So there's a lot of people who are talking about the conflict, and we heard all of Europe initially. You heard France, Germany, the United Kingdom were saying, no, we're not going to be involved. We're not going to do anything. In fact, Keir Starmer is getting beat up by Kemi Badenoch. The parliament is beating up the prime minister, Keir Starmer, for a week now, if not 2 weeks now, beating him up savagely, calling him a coward on the floor of the parliament. It's essentially being like you're in Congress, in the Senate, and you're calling the president a coward. It's amazing what is happening there. It's brutal to see what's happening in politics in the United Kingdom because Keir Starmer is virtue signaling. So is France. So is Germany. They're saying, oh, we're not involved. We have nothing to do with this. They're perfectly happy that it is happening. British people have died because of Iran as much as the Germans, as much as the French, as much as the Italians, as much as the Spanish, as much as people from other African nations, as much as it has been in the United States. Iran is responsible for killing people everywhere around the world and increasing the cost of energy around the world. That's just a fact. So they're happy. They have always wanted the United States to do this because they can't. Germany could never have done this. No matter what the Prime Minister Merz would like to say about Germany, they would never be able to do this. Emmanuel Macron, France, has no capability whatsoever to do this. They have no political influence to make this happen. England Keir Starmer, as much as he wants to say, oh, they're going to stay out, they're neutral, they're not neutral, and they don't have the capability to do anything about this. But each of those nations, each and every one of them, is a target of Iran in terms of terrorism. Each and every one of those nations need the oil that is being stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. They are in this war, and they have always been in this war, and they have always been a target. For 47 years, Iran said not only that America was the great Satan, the little Satan was Israel, and Europe had to be destroyed. That's what the Ayatollah said virtually every day for 47 years. They were always, Iran, the Ayatollah, has always wanted to destroy Europe. Always. And we found out something very interesting because everyone was saying, well, Iran, it's a powerhouse in the Middle East, but it's limited. They're not a threat to the United States. They're not a threat to Europe. That this was all made up, and this is part of the reason why they say, well, it's about Israel, because Israel was a target, but no one else was a target. Besides the terrorism, yes, a lot more people were actually targets. This weekend, Iran fired 2 ballistic missiles from Iran to a island where there's a base, a United Kingdom English base, British base. That base is called Diego Garcia. This is part of the Chagos Islands. Now, you may, if you follow international news, if you know people over in England, you know that the Chagos Islands, there's a whole big political diplomatic problem there. The progressives in England want to give the island to a group of native people, not people native to the Chagos Islands, a different group, Mauritanians. But they're going to give this island to these group of native people, not indigenous, but native people, and they're going to pay them $35 billion to give back the island that is the property of England at this time. One of those islands, the Chagos Island, has the military base, which is called Diego Garcia. It is an air base, and the United States is now using that base. Now we're using that base to refuel our fighters and our bombers. Okay? That base is about 3,800 miles away from Iran. That is a hell of a long ways away. The United States is like 3,000 miles wide. It's more than the distance of the United States. It is a continent away, essentially. If you're trying to get your mental map around this, it is about an America away. That island, that United Kingdom British base is about an America away from Iran. And Iran fired 2 ballistic missiles, ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. These are called intermediate range. That means they're not the longest missiles in the world, which can travel 15,000 miles, literally can go wrap around the other side of the world, but they can go almost halfway, almost. That's the idea. Intermittent would mean, you can go almost halfway around the world. That's an intermittent or middle range ICBM. You can get off of your continent and you can reach another continent. Trying to make sure that everyone understands this. I know a lot of people know what these things are. A lot of people don't. A lot of people have never been told that, especially younger people. They've never had these things explained. I want to make sure everyone understands. So that's what Iran fired. Intercontinental ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. They were able to build those missiles because of the Obama administration. The Iran nuclear deal that Obama signed in January of 2016 that helped to fund global terrorism, according to then Secretary of State John Kerry, you can check it out for yourself, CNBC, look up the quote for yourself, that also gave carte blanche to Iran to build missiles, to build ballistic missiles, short-range missiles, rockets, drones, and ICBMs. And it gave Iran, the Obama-Iran nuclear deal, gave Iran the money it needed to build better, bigger missiles. Now, up until 2 days ago, the world thought that Iran could not build a missile that could reach Europe yet. We knew that they were trying to build one. We knew that that was part of them building nuclear weapons. They would need a missile, an ICBM, to send that missile from Iran to Europe and or to Japan, Southeast Asia, and one day to America. That's the threat. But everyone thought that they were trying to build the nuclear material first, and then they were going to build the missile, that they were not close. We were wrong. And this is a wake-up call. This is shocking. This has changed the world and the way they're looking at this war. Because when they did this, when Iran sent those 2 ballistic missiles to Diego Garcia, the world just realized that Iran can blow up London. And if you can blow up London, then you can blow up all of Italy, all of Spain, all of France, all of Germany, all of Poland, all of Europe is a target. That's something they never had to deal with before. They never considered that. They thought they were safe. They thought that they were outside the reach, that they were untouchable. And a lot of their politics was based on, well, they can't touch us. So we can sit back and do nothing, not help America, not help their own best interest, because they thought they were safe, that they could never be touched, and that Iran was too busy trying to kill either Israel or Americans around the world with suicide bombs, that they would never try to attack Europe. It was a false message of safety, a false sense of security. They thought they were impervious, that they were safe. Iran just proved that was a lie. Iran just proved they can reach out and touch London, that they can reach out and touch Munich or Paris or anywhere in Italy, Switzerland, Spain. They can reach them all. They can bomb all of them. And remember, the Ayatollah for 47 years said that they want to kill them all. They want to kill everyone in Europe. The Ayatollah has said for 47 years that if you do not believe in the exact form of Islam that he preached, they wanted you dead. So it's not even enough that it's not just you have to believe in Islam. You have to believe in the Ayatollah's form of Islam. And if you don't, Iran wanted to kill you. The Ayatollah, the mullahs, the military, the IRGC wanted to kill you. Europe laughed, said, well, they can't touch us, so it's not our problem. They can touch them. They just proved it. Now, the question is, well, did Iran have more than just those 2? Did they fire 2? Is it kind of like what we saw with America in World War II? America dropped the first nuclear bomb on Hiroshima, and then we dropped a second bomb on Nagasaki. The reason why we dropped the first bomb was to try and scare Japan and the world into ending World War II. The reason why we dropped the second bomb on Nagasaki was to make the point that we could do it as much as we needed to, that it wasn't an accident. It wasn't that we only had one and we didn't have any others, that there was only a prototype and we didn't have the ability to make another one right away. We proved we can make as many of them as we need to, as fast as we need to. and we can do it faster than anyone else in the world. That's why we dropped the bomb on Nagasaki. Not to force Japan. Japan was already going to give up. The war was over. The moment we dropped that first nuclear bomb on Hiroshima, we proved to the world we had nuclear weapons. Someone else had it. The war is over. The reason we dropped the second one was to make the point, no, we can do it now. Not in the future. There is no catch-up time. There's no, race to build nuclear. Too late. America already owned it. We became the superpower of the world that second. You can argue about it before that. After we dropped the second bomb on Nagasaki, that ended the question. America was the superpower of the world. Period. Full stop. Done. That was it. And we're seeing, so the question is, the reason why Iran fired 2 ballistic missiles was in part to say they can reach Europe and to say that they have more than one missile. This isn't a prototype. It wasn't the first one they ever made and they fired. No, they had more. They've done it more than once. Now, you could say, well, maybe they only have 200. Maybe they only have 2,000. Maybe they have 20,000. We don't know. Or at least anyone in the government that does know isn't telling the American people. They're not telling the world. But we know that they had 2. And if they had 2, they probably built more. And they're probably still building them if they can right this second. Just like they always were. And they were obviously. And the only reason why they were building ICBMs that can target Europe is because they wanted to kill Europeans. Let me say it again. The only reason why they built ICBMs that can reach Europe is so that they can kill Europeans. Because they always were going to kill Europeans. Because they always have killed Europeans. They were just doing it with suicide bombers and terrorist organizations and sleeper cells. They were building the ICBMs to do it directly. So when we heard that Donald Trump and the Trump administration, Marco Rubio, said that there was a threat, an imminent threat, part of that is they have ICBMs. They can reach Europe now. Our allies, our greatest ally in the world is England. Iran has weapons that can hit England right now. They can blow up London right now. Now you could say, but Mike, we're going to blow them all out the air. England has all the defense. The United States is going to shoot down everything that goes in the sky. And what if we miss one? All it takes is, that's the thing about terrorism. Terrorism succeeds. It only needs to succeed once to kill hundreds of people, to devastate a nation. Terrorism only needs to work once. Counterterrorism has to work every time. You have to have 100% anti-terrorism to be safe, to be effectively safe. Terrorism needs one. They only need one success to get their goal. So they could fire 100 missiles at 100 ICBMs at London. They only need one to get in. And if it has a nuclear payload, whether it's a dirty bomb which just spreads a bunch of radioactive material, makes people die because of radiation poisoning, that's when we hear dirty bombs, dirty nuclear bombs. That's what that is. It's radiation poisoning. It's a bunch of chemicals and radiation, pieces of radioactive rock, essentially, radioactive dust that's spread over a city to infect and kill as many people by radiation poison as opposed to nuclear bomb. And all they needed is one dirty bomb. All they needed was one low-grade nuclear weapon. Or they could have just packed it full of explosives. And they could have, maybe they could have blown up the parliament, which is in London. Maybe they could have attacked the king and queen, the monarchy of England, which is in London. Maybe they could have just killed a bunch of international tourists. because London is one of the biggest international cities in the world. They had the capability. There was an imminent threat. Everyone said, there was no imminent threat. Obviously, you're wrong. We now know you're wrong. Oh, but that changes the story. That changes the way people look at what Donald Trump did and why he did it. Yeah, it does. It does change it. That doesn't mean I like the war. But if we're going to fight the war, I want to win the war. And this war has more going on than what people think it did. Did the United States know that Iran had the capability to attack our allies, our NATO partners in Europe? Maybe. Maybe. Did he believe that they were building up an arsenal so that Iran could attack, so that the fanatical Islamist theocracy could attack Europe? Maybe. By the way, this means they could have attacked pretty much all of Africa, most of Africa. Most of Africa was a target. Most of the Middle East. They could even get into Southeast Asia. India is a target. Now India would have to worry about fighting Pakistan and Iran at the same time. Yeah, the ramifications are global. It's a big deal. But the mainstream news media isn't talking about it. Iran fires missile. This is from NBC News. Again, we use left-leaning sources. Iran fires missile at remote UK-US base, claiming long-range capabilities it previously denied because terrorists lie. What? Terrorists lie. Always. They always lie. You may think the United States government isn't always honest. You may not trust them a lot. Terrorists always lie. Same thing with communists, like Cuba. They always lie. Never trust them. They told, they denied they had long-range capabilities because they were lying, because they wanted to fire a bunch of ICBMs at London, at Munich, at France, at Paris. They wanted to fire off a bunch of ICBMs and blow up Europe when Europe wasn't thinking about it. London, Iran has fired missiles at the joint UK-US Diego Garcia military base in the Indian Ocean, claiming the strike shows it is capable of longer distance attacks than previously known. No kidding. Iran's reckless attacks, lashing out across the region and holding hostage the Strait of Hormuz, are a threat to British interests and British allies. No kidding. This is why our allies should have been involved. This is why England should have been fighting with the United States since day one. France and Germany as well. Europe, the EU, should have been beside us every single day, because here we are fighting in this conflict and we're protecting them. They were the next target. Not the United States, not yet. Because Donald Trump got rid of the Obama nuclear deal. Donald Trump actually put more sanctions on Iran so that they didn't have the money to build as many missiles, as many ICBMs as they could. And think about how many they did make. All the missiles they're firing right now, all of the drones that were sent over to the Ukraine, all of the drones that are being used against U.S. ships right now. Think of how much more Iran would have had if Donald Trump didn't stop the free money coming from Obama and the free money coming from Biden. Imagine how much worse it would have been. And if they can reach Europe now, it's not that long before they can reach the United States as well. It's just the truth. Again, you don't have to like it. Tehran fired two intermediate range ballistic missiles, ICBMs, at the bases in the Chagos Islands, more than 2,000 miles from Tehran. Iran's semi-official Mehr news agency reported on Saturday, neither missile hit the base. That's not important. It added, though, neither Iran nor the United Kingdom specified how close the missiles came. It doesn't matter how close it comes. If you're aiming for London and you hit Wales, does anyone care? If you're aiming for Paris and you hit Nice, France, does it matter? If you're aiming for Big Ben and you hit the Parliament, does it matter? They don't care. They're terrorists. They don't care where in the country it hits. The fact that they can get there is all that matters. They don't care if it hits their target. They just want to hit where people are. As long as they hit the city or the suburbs, they hit their target. That's the part people don't think about. Oh, well, they can't hit London. They're going to miss because they don't know how to make it. It's going to veer off. It's still going to hit people. It's still going to hit buildings where civilians are. And Iran loves to attack civilians because they are terrorists. By the way, if anyone's disagreeing with anything I've said here, if anyone disagrees with the comments that I'm making, I'm more than open to hear you. I could be wrong. I mean, I think this is complete. Based on the information, this is the logical conclusion. Now, the mainstream media doesn't want you to think about that because then you remember Obama is part of the problem here. Biden was part of the problem here. Maybe you shouldn't be voting Democrat. They don't want you to think about that, not in an election year. So they're going to hide that from you. They got to make it seem like Donald Trump is a bad guy. He's done something bad. Why? Because they don't want you to vote for Republicans in the midterms. It's about political bias. That's why they don't want to have this conversation with you. But this is the conversation we should be having as a nation. Whether you agree with my conclusions or not, these are the facts, and we should be talking about this because this is about our future. I do see there is a comment here, and we have a comment from Hal. Thank you, Hal. And Hal says, can you think of any reason why the writer would mention that the missiles didn't hit their target in the story to make it seem like it wasn't serious, to tone down the fear? And it makes it easier to make the argument that, see, they can't hit the side of a barn, but this isn't a bullet. This isn't a stormtrooper. I don't need to hit the side of a barn. These are bombs. These are ICBMs, and they could potentially carry either biological weapons, dirty bombs, just regular TNT. They don't need to be pinpoint specific. It's not like a handgun. It's not like a rifle. We're talking about a blast radius that's hundreds of feet wide, minimal. We're talking about shrapnel going for miles. You're talking about devastation to entire neighborhoods, potentially small towns. They don't need to be pinpoint, but they say that so that people think, well, they'll miss, which makes you think I'm safe. If I'm living in, I don't know, if you're living in France, I'm using mainland Europe as an example. And if you're saying, well, I'm safe, because they couldn't hit the Jeep on Chagos Island, so I'm safe. Well, think of it this way. Okay, they're aiming for, I don't know, Paris, but they hit Denmark. They hit the Netherlands instead. Iran doesn't care because the people in Denmark, the people in the Netherlands, they don't believe what the Ayatollah believes, so they're targets to be killed anyway. They don't care who they hit. But you're not supposed to have that conclusion. That example I just made, that, yeah, they're going to aim for France and they'll hit Denmark, You're not supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to realize that all of our allies aren't safe. It doesn't matter which one they aim for. Maybe they were aiming for Italy and they hit, Venice, and they hit Switzerland instead. That still doesn't matter to the Ayatollah, because he and the IRGC, they are fanatical radicals in their religion. They want to kill all the infidels. They don't care who it is. Once they start, it doesn't matter who they hit. They just want to hit anyone. But again, why does the media, NBC, why do they tone that down? Why do they make it seem like, see, it's not as bad as you think it is? It is that bad. And same thing, you could say that about India. You could say that about Southeast Asia or Africa. The thing is, they want you to be less fearful, to think it's less dangerous. Therefore, there's less justification for the fighting that is happening right now, which means you have more reason, or rather, you would have less reason to support MAGA, America First, Donald Trump, Republicans in 2026. That's, I believe. And I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong that the ultimate goal is NBC's, they want to support Democrats. So they want you to think there's nothing behind that. Donald Trump is just reacting out of the blue. He's just a cowboy going crazy. He's just being crazy. He's power mad. He wants to be an emperor. No, there's actually a plan here. And if you think about it, and I've just explained it to you, how it's still dangerous to all of our allies and eventually to all of us, then you suddenly realize, well, no, Donald Trump isn't just winging this. Our military isn't just making it up as it goes. And that may change the way some people will vote. Let me see. Hal goes on to say, am I just spitballing here? Someone reading the story would want to know if the missiles hit or not. Well, yes, but the real threat there, when you say they missed, but the threat, what they don't go on to say is, but the threat isn't that they missed, it's that they reached that distance. That distance puts Europe, Africa, Southeast Asia, India are all threatened. Those are all allies of the United States to varying degrees. All of our allies surrounding them, everyone within that bubble, that ring, are all threats. They're all being threatened. They don't have to be pinpoint. So, and again, you may not agree with me. You don't have to. And I understand. If people disagree with that, I'm explaining what I believe is the realistic military threat. And this is a threat so large, it has to be addressed. Now that Iran has exposed it, it makes me think they're desperate. They would not show that they had this kind of capability unless they're desperate. They would have rather to wait until they've got 30, 50, 100, 2,000 of these ICBMs to fire them all at once, to get all of their enemies at once, to make it less likely to knock down any one missile by having multiple missiles. The fact that they let us know that they can do this now means they're desperate. It's a scare tactic. It's trying to force Europe to ask America to have a ceasefire because Europe is now scared. They could be hit. If there's another 50 of these, one of them might get through. One of their cities, one of their countries could be hit. They're going to be terrified. And so now they want to go and yell at America, yell at Donald Trump to say, stop the war, ceasefire, hold up, let's have negotiations, because they don't want to be hurt. But the real answer should be, no, join us. Let's remove their capability to do this now and in the future. Don't give them time to regroup and get their strength back, to reorganize and make it harder to stop them. Take out all of it now while it's relatively safe. That's what I believe. Mhm. That's what I believe. Now, you may say, Mike, but you're misunderstanding. I don't think I am. That is sound military logic. That's reasonable. It's understandable. And it makes sense why we would want to act as soon as possible to counteract that imminent threat. Because on any given day, they could change their mind. The Ayatollah could have changed their mind. The IRGC could have changed their mind. The terrorists coming from Iran could have changed their mind on any given day and say, nope, throw them all out there now. Let's fire all the ballistic missiles we have right now. They could have done that on any given day. Those same ballistic missiles could have gone to Germany, could have gone to Italy, could have gone to Spain, could have gone to England yesterday. All they need is one to get through. The threat is real. Okay. So we've been talking a bit about what's been going on with Europe, with the war at this moment. I think it's kind of important. But as you may have heard, and we've been about 2 hours, so we've been talking about a few different things. We did talk a little bit about Afroman. We're going to take a quick break. I need to walk my dog. You may have heard my dog in the background, my family letting me know. So my dog, he wants to go for his walk. On our program, we normally take about a 45-minute break. This way I can walk my dog. He's 15 years old. So when he wants to go, I take him. Usually about 2.5 hours. That's usually when we go. So I'm going to walk him. Going to do about 45 minutes. That gives you a chance to get something to eat, to get something to drink, to stretch your legs, kiss your wife, kiss your husband, whatever it is you need to do, have a cigarette, and then we're going to keep going. Now, I'm going to play. In the meantime, I had a conversation with the Matthew J. Show earlier this week. Not everyone got a chance to see that. It is up on the YouTube channel, but I'm going to play part of that conversation for you guys to hear, and then we'll come back. It doesn't have anything about Afroman, but when we get back, we'll talk about Afroman. We'll talk about New York State, what's going on with Kathy Hochul, what's happening with California, talking about some fraud. Yes, a whole lot of fraud, your money being wasted. We're going to talk about all of that and more. And of course, any of your comments. So we're going to do that in just a moment. Bear with me. Boom. And I still got to tell you guys about my birthday, which is coming up, but we'll get to that soon.
And welcome to another edition of the Matthew J. Show. So glad you could join us here on a bit of a chilly evening here in Philadelphia. I got just a little too used to the 80s last week. I know it was short-lived, but man, it was nice out there. When we're back, it was like 29 degrees when I went out for my walk today. Big change. Tonight, you join us on a great night. We have Michael Voss live from New York City. He's going to be breaking down everything that you need to know about everything. But we're going to be starting off with New York. Michael, how are you doing, sir?
I am doing well. It's currently about 34 degrees. I missed it was 80. It was 80. It was great. Where'd that weather go? But, it's 34, which isn't that bad for this time of year in New York. But having a decent time. I wish I had a different mayor. I'd like to see a different governor. The world is changing, and I think it's getting into a very positive direction. So there is hope for the future. We'll see.
Okay, well, you know what, Michael? We're going to start off with your pals there in Albany. And I was reading this last night, and believe me, I was thinking of you, and I said, you know what? That's the first thing I want to ask Michael about. I think you probably should know, but you're going to know about this, I would think. Bill introduced in Albany that would force all residents to turn off their outdoor lights at 11 p.m. or face fines of $250 to $500 each time. Aren't there more serious problems in New York, Michael, than the light situation?
I was looking into, it's actually called Assembly Bill A4615. had to double check the number just then. But it's Assembly Bill A4615 in case people want to see it for themselves. And I looked at that and I was looking into it. I was trying to figure out, how am I going to bring this up in the show today? It's such an example of inefficient, ineffective micromanagement of Democrats and progressives, that their biggest problem at this point in the world is that they're trying to figure out there's too much light pollution. And so they want to micromanage people's private homes and say, you've got to turn off your lights. In case people don't know what the bill is, it's you have to, by law, you have to turn off your porch light and your outside light. So for your garage as well, about 11 p.m., you have to turn it off. Otherwise, you will get a penalty. And this is ultimately micromanaging. So if you work third shift, screw you. If you're a woman and you happen to have gone out, or you had to go to the store, you went to a club with your friends, you were out for dinner, whatever the reason is that you, or young teens, you were out and you're coming in for whatever reason at 11 o'clock or later, you're going to be in pitch black darkness because some progressive white liberal, always in New York State, said, I want to see that faint star millions of light years away. And because I want to see that from my downtown Manhattan apartment, you in upstate New York in the middle of the woods, you have to suffer. So if there's a bear, if there's an intruder, you will suffer the consequences because they want to see that faint star from their porch in a Manhattan high rise. This is insane. This is micromanagement. It is abusive and it doesn't help. It's going to save me money. Oh, you're going to save money. What? You'll save $20 in a year? Let's be realistic. The porch light is not the thing that's draining that's not breaking the bank on energy, and it's not the problem. That's not it. Whether you have a porch light on or not, or a garage light on, this is stupid. Besides the fact that the government has no right to tell you how to live in your home. This is your home we're talking about. They have no right to do that to you. If you want to fix energy, you know what? New York should have more nuclear power plants. If you're into green energy, it's the cleanest, most stable form of energy you can get. But they're like, no, we can't do that because all of our donors, all of the kickbacks are coming from green energy. We need more windmills that kill all of the animals, but all the birds. But they're supposed to be eco-friendly, so kill the birds. That's wind. Oh, how about solar, which doesn't work? 80 years, it's still not effective or efficient, and it's taking up a bunch of farmland that could be making food for people that we could distribute to those who are hungry in New York State, across the country. No. We're going to pave that over and we're going to put solar plants on it, which are inefficient, ineffective, and according to the Department of Energy of New York itself, will not make enough energy to allow people to have the same quality of life in 2030 as we have today.
Michael, let me ask you these questions, and I know they're basic questions, and it probably sounds stupid to you. Obviously, this would be a civil, not a criminal penalty, and you don't think it's a shot at making a revenue generating thing. I mean, you could see people, you could see ads in papers like, did your neighbor leave the light on last night? Like, what if you're elderly or stuff like that? Or like the example you gave, the woman coming home late, where you forgot, or whatever reason, you're disabled and you couldn't get out there maybe the light was outside or whatever. I mean, this is really, really crazy. The bottom line here, Michael, what are the chances of this progressing?
It's New York State, so it'll probably pass because remember, New York State is a single party state. Every problem in New York since 1958 is a problem created by Democrats that has been allowed to exist by Democrats, kicked down the road by Democrats. Democrats control the assembly, they control our state senate, and 90% of the time, they control the governor as well. So when you have that combination, they don't need to listen to their rank and file Democrats because They're counting on people voting straight down the line. They don't listen to Republicans because they have no power. And third parties, well, they stomp on them on a regular basis. So they don't care. They think that often it's said that Kathy Hochul is an empress, that Andrew Cuomo was an emperor. They act like that because there is no accountability. This is Gestapo style tactics. I don't say that lightly.
No, I know it's unbelievable, really. That's why
Well,
I brought it up
you're
to
trying
you.
to turn the police and your neighbors into informers about you having your night light on because you work third shift, or you're a single woman and you like to go out and enjoy yourself, have a late dinner. Your teens are out with their friends and they come in and they got a curfew, but teenagers, come on. Yeah, they're going to come in at 11, 12. It happens. And they're in the middle of darkness.
Michael, would you is this considered like nanny state stuff?
Absolutely. How would you define it otherwise? The government is literally controlling your light switch. They're telling you when to turn it on, when to turn it off. I was 5, and my mom stopped telling me to turn on and off the lights when I was like 5. And now you've got grown adults that have to answer. And they're like, well, no, but you'll save $20 this year if you turn off the light. How about you do something to actually fix the energy grid, which is expensive given, but let's do that. Or how about we build a nuclear power plant or 2, because that will actually make a real difference. They refuse. No, we got to be green. Can't use fracking. Can't use natural gas. We'll just use electric. Where does electricity come from? It's just not naturally occurring.
Right.
In other words, we have to use gas or coal or nuclear to create the power so that we have the electricity to have an electric stove, which is another infringement on my privacy, my freedom to choose. And they don't care because they control. And that's the problem with single. And it doesn't matter.
Michael, how about the fines, though? $250 to $500. That's not like a $50 fine, man. That's like a lot of people might not be able to even pay that fine.
No, I don't care what the fine is. It could have been $5. The government doesn't have the right to tell me anything on my personal life. They might as well tell you, well, you're going to wear blue jeans, but I like to wear a suit or a skirt. You don't get that choice. They're literally going to next tell you that, oh, by the way, you have to, I don't know, your refrigerator can't be full all the time, or it has to be full all the time. I mean, they're literally going to be like, did you wash your dishes? We're going to come in and check.
Yeah.
There's a similar thing going on in Minnesota. It's Bill HF 3433. You may not have heard about it. It's part of a gun ban, but it includes a stipulation in there. If you go to section 2, subsection B of that bill, it literally says that the government will have the right to come into your home at any time to check that you have safely stored your firearms, that they have the right without a warrant to walk into your house at any time of day or night, any day of the week, 24/7, 365 days a year, to walk into your house and just walk around and see, are your firearms safely secured? Where are they? How many are there? By the way, while they're walking around your house, if they see anything that would be a violation of any regulation ever created in the state of Minnesota or in the government in the United States, they can then, since they're already there, they can arrest you for that.
Michael, I know. I'm glad you're getting this out to the audience. I hadn't heard about that. You know what it sounds like? Not the exact same thing, but Spamberger, what she's doing in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It's pathetic what's going on there. Is there any pushback? You say to yourself, Michael, the voters, did they vote for this? I mean, she's off and running with her agenda.
No one's voted for this. It's like Mandami, to bring it back to New York. Again, we're talking about nanny state. We're talking about the way that we're seeing Democrats and progressives micromanage our lives. None of this is what we were promised. None of this is what we were told. But there's been a lot of people like you, like me, and others who've said, hey, wait a minute, but the scope of what they're saying infringes on rights. We should be concerned. We should ask them direct questions about that. We shouldn't just trust them because they're saying, trust me, bro, essentially. And we're like, no, I don't trust you. And now we see the truth of their positions. Spamberger's completely reversed her positions now that she got in. Mandami, you remember last one of the times we were speaking back in 2025, I was raising money, and you helped me with that. Thank you for letting your audience know about it. And I was raising money for the Jericho Project to
I remember that.
homeless and homeless veterans and families in New York, because I didn't trust Mandami. I literally said, I don't trust him to help the homeless. In January alone, 19 people died because of the policies of Mandami. I was right, sadly. And that's a record, by the way. Mayors do not have 19 homeless die due to weather in an entire year. Mandami, and that's blue or red, doesn't matter.
Michael, just justification. He didn't want to take it down anymore in homeless encampments. What was his logic for that?
Leave them where they are. That was his answer. That was the reason. Reasoning is, well, they're already outside. They have their lifestyle. Leave them be, and we'll be able to help them better that way. We'll send social workers under the bridges and into the park where the homeless are to talk with them, and that'll help them better than actually taking them and bringing them into a warm building, letting them stay there for a couple of hours, give them some food, and let them warm up before you're not holding them against their will, but let them warm up for a couple of hours.
Michael, who pushed back on him? Who pushed back on him where he had to do an about face on it?
He really didn't. It was definitely public pressure, because people in New York, those who've been here, normal, regular New Yorkers, people who actually born here, which is about a third of the population, were saying, this has never happened. This has never happened under any, even Bloomberg, and what was the other one? The German, even the most progressive of our mayors, they didn't do this. This is unprecedented, and he's continuing to screw up even more. We know that his staff, they hate black people, they hate white people, they hate everyone who's American. Listen to what they've said about their policies. Oh yeah, we're going to punish the middle class, knowing this is going to disproportionately affect the poor and the black middle class in New York City. And they're like, no, we're just going to raise taxes 9.5%, property taxes specifically, to raise this up. And that means that property is going to go up, rent for businesses is going to go up, the products that those businesses sell, that's going to increase all across the board, disproportionately hurting poor and lower incomes and black middle class families. And they said, we know it's going to hurt you, but we're going to do it. He literally said, but I'm going to do it.
No, I know it's a mess. And Michael, listen, let me just tell you, while he's drawing the wrath of Matthew J. Show. Why? Because as you know, I'm Irish. Yesterday was a big day for me. Mm-hmm. And your boy got up to the podium, made maybe one reference to it, and then turned the whole speech, which was supposed to be St. Patrick's Day, into a Middle East speech on Gaza. That's how he rolls. And I agree with you. You know, if you're not Muslim or, connected with what he wants to do, he pushes it all aside. And we didn't even get to the part during Ramadan where I was seeing photos in what's it called, Gracie Mansion, where he has the prayer carpets out and everything rolled down. Is he that inclusive to others, Christians, Jews?
Well, you notice he did this really quick. He's had enough time. He could have had a bishop, the Archbishop of New York, could have had him over for tea. He could have had any of the rabbis in New York, could have had them over for breakfast or lunch or something, just to be open, to show that he actually respects all different religions. Could have had over Hindus or maybe any of the Dalai Lama. Buddhist, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, any of those. He could have had one of all of them come over and just said, no, I'm open to them all. No, he has only given a privilege, extended and welcoming hand only to the Muslim community. He's now in Midtown Manhattan. There is a call to prayer, which is a religious necessity for Muslims.
Yes.
Which is fine, except this is blaring 5 times a day, starting at about 5 a.m. By the way, New York is not a Muslim dominated community. It's just
Right.
not. That's not our culture. That's not our population. But yet he's imposing this onto people who have nothing to do with that. And many people are atheists. They don't want to have this imposition and to wake up to the call to prayer that they don't believe in and that they don't share those beliefs. This is literally an ism, an ist. This is I don't even think we have a term for it besides, I guess, bigotry is
Right.
basically the term, to preference one religion, one ideology over all others. And we are seeing this. Mondami is a bigot.
Michael, do you see the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal in their editorials? Did they address this issue at all?
Slightly, like when it came to the homeless dying, there were a lot of editorials coming out about that and saying, you're ridiculous and this is harmful. Your policies are directly harming people. We saw a couple, usually like the New York Post, a little bit more right-leaning of the news media, where they came out and they were talking about what he was doing in terms of some of his other policies here and called them out a little bit. But you got to remember, every major news media organization, we're talking CBS, NBC, ABC, MS Now, or whatever the hell they call themselves, they all have headquarters in New York.
Mm-hmm.
They have thousands of employees. Out of their 10,000 each and every one of these businesses have 10,000 employees. They have thousands of their employees that are in New York City running around the 5 different boroughs. And none of them are trying to talk about this. They only talk about this on the local New York news channels, not the national. They are backing him up. They are giving him cover. They are excusing this. And I know we're going to get to it at some point, but that includes when 2 teens threw a fragmentation grenade that was covered initially only by local news. The nation didn't get to hear about it until everyone found out what locals were saying about it, and then it became national news. Again, ABC, NBC, CBS, you name the big mainstream news media, they all have offices, major offices in New York City.
That's a good point, Michael.
Michael,
how about CNN portraying those two as, yeah, they just took their ride up from Pennsylvania, a quiet little town, and they're just walking around New York City, happened to come up on the mayor's mansion, and wow, all of a sudden an IED came out. It was like portraying like this isn't a big deal. It's not. It could have been potentially catastrophic, but it's not a big deal.
And by the way, I'm not going to call it an IED because that's too amorphous. People don't know what you can't visual unless you've been in the military. You don't really visualize what an IED is, and that's why they use that and they don't say improvised explosive device because then you'd have an image in your mind of what it is and what kind of danger it presents. No, they say IED because it's neutral, it's safe. It takes it out of your mind. It was a fragmentation grenade. Right. It was a bomb meant to spread around shrapnel, metal shrapnel, to maim and to kill. So that's the first thing I have to say about that. But the thing is, remember when we were younger? Don't you remember going out on Saturday night or after school back in high school days and you'd walk around with your Molotov cocktail, and you just casually walk through the city, try and find some kind of event happening so you could just firebomb your local community. We all did that as teenagers, right? Oh, no, we didn't, because that's abnormal. There's nothing normal about it. And CNN, they're like, oh, this violated our ethics and we're sorry we removed it. No, it passed your ethics challenge because everything that is published by CNN and most of the mainstream news media goes through multiple people. So you had someone who wrote it, you had someone who edited it to make sure it was structurally a correct sentence, you had someone else who copywrote it to make sure that it was properly formatted, and then it was published by yet another person. You have at least 4 or 5 different levels of your news media organization proofreading and approving of this every single step. And it was only until they got the backlash that they said, "Oh my God, wait a minute,
Michael,
let's do this."
yeah,
Although they didn't stop Abby
no,
Phil from
Michael,
lying to the American people.
all
Go ahead.
valid point. It's up to is on tonight. Now, these individuals reportedly had visited prior to that, and apparently were rubbing elbows with ISIS or some other terrorist groups. Now, I'd have to ask you, Michael, and I know it's not a perfect world as far as intelligence is concerned. How did that not come up on people's radars, even when they came through customs or, we have sources all around the world, how these individuals, they go there, they get possibly some training or whatever, and they come back and U.S. intelligence doesn't know jack about it. It just seems odd to me. That's all.
According to what I saw, which was on local CBS news channels, some of their reporting. So you had to dig for this. It was about one paragraph that stated that the two teens, one went to Turkey, one went to Syria. That was in 2024. In 2025, they both spent somewhere around 6 months or more in those countries, potentially getting in contact with ISIS in person at that point and or being trained by ISIS at that point. We don't know for sure. And I have not seen any other news agency follow up on this news or report this news. So it's in one article, one paragraph at the bottom of a very long article. Most people will never see it. That's why you didn't hear about it, because it's not being covered. So should America be aware? They have been concerned? A couple of teens at that time, 17 and 16, were on their own in these foreign countries with heavy influence of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, terrorist organizations, and then they came back. Should that have been, if not a flag, just a checkbox that says, yeah, we should have this on our minds? It should be something the government at least occasionally looks at.
Michael, what's the possibility that they were on the internet communicating with individuals before they went to Turkey? How about that?
Guaranteed it happened. And mind you, I believe in privacy. I do. But there are certain websites we know are draws. They're meant to try and bring in converts to not just Islam, but also terrorism. We know that they exist. We know what those websites are. That's what the job of the FBI and CIA are. They should be monitoring that. And when individuals who are on there are taking flights around the world, because these are open forums, so it's not like we're breaking privacy.
Right.
They're open to the public. They want people to come in. Great. So we can monitor that. And if people are going over for extended periods of time in these foreign countries, I think, yes, it is fair to put a checkbox on them and say, you know what, follow up on these people somewhere, when they come back to America, let's do a follow-up and just double check. Did they suddenly become converted to the terrorist ideology? Is their social media now suddenly espousing this extremist terrorist ideology?
Michael, let me ask you a question. A bigger societal problem, I guess I would say, here in America. Twofold question. A, where were the parents? B, Michael, how do two young teenagers, I know they were 18 and 19, I think, when they commit these acts, how do they get radicalized? And then we can say internet. We can say, okay, maybe they went to Turkey. But let's face it, a lot of that, and I don't know, who knows, Michael, there could be ISIS cells here, right, Pennsylvania, New York, whatever that they were in communication with. How do you get radicalized? And I'm very familiar with these two areas. The one kid's from Langhorne, which is about 5 minutes away from here. The next is from Newtown, which is about 15 minutes. I'm very familiar with both towns, Newtown being the one with the $2 million house. It just amazes me that our country, if you want to come here and do what's best for yourself, for the whatever, make the American dream, that's great. But what possessed them? They had everything in life, Michael. One would assume these pretty wealthy people. I know that's a nice high school there they were going to as well, an affluent community. What makes them say, you know what, I really hate America? And essentially this act was that. Michael, when that kid comes out, he's dumb enough At his, he waved some kind of an ISIS hand gesture. Does he realize he's cementing himself? There are terrorism laws in our country, which you and I know they could be doing a long time. They're just starting their life out, and now they're going to spend a couple decades in prison because I'm pretty sure Bondi's going to come down hard on this.
Well, they should, because think about the threat they posed. They were actively seeking to kill police. Their primary targets were police officers and Americans who were protesting with their voice, who were just speaking. You don't have to like what Jake Lang was saying. You don't have to agree with him. That's not the purpose of a protest or freedom of speech. He gets to say what he wants. There were a bunch of leftists there that were protesting against Jake Lang, again, peacefully with their voices. Perfectly fine. That's the system in action. Police making sure no one was hurt. They were actively trying to target the police and the right-wingers. And because it is a fragmentation grenade, they also were perfectly fine killing the left if they could, because they don't agree with the left either. By the way, if you're on the left and you're like, oh, no, you just don't understand. Look at what Iranian terrorists do to LGBTQ individuals. Hell, they'll stone women to death for being sexually assaulted. So, they're not in favor of anyone that was there. So these kids should go away for a long time.
I agree.
And why did this happen? Those kids grew up. Now, their families came here in the early 2000s. They didn't come when we rescued a lot of people from Afghanistan. They didn't come during that turmoil of the Biden administration. They came. This was under G.W. Bush. And we had refugees, and we've always taken in refugees. And their family assimilated, apparently, did very well for themselves. They're millionaires. I have no problem with that. But these kids grew up for over a decade with the left indoctrinating them at high school and at college, every day on social media, in the news, and in entertainment, telling them to hate America, to tell them that America was evil and bad. NBA players kneeling every day. You've got the Hollywood system that's telling them that America is a horrible country and men are bad inherently by birth. You've got college and high schools telling you CRT, critical race theory, that by the color of your skin, if you happen to be white, well, you're just a villain. If you're any other skin tone, well, then you happen to be a victim, and that's lifelong. And they're looking at that going, oh my God, that's disparaging. That is depressing. And when people are disparaged, when they're depressed, when they are overwhelmed, people normally reach out to religion. And what do terrorists, the majority of terrorists in the world right now, global terrorists use Islam as their recruiting, one of their recruiting methods. Those kids were caught up. They reached out to religion because the left told them they were worthless, that their lives, they were victims, they were men that made them evil and bad in a country that's evil and bad. They have no choice, no way out of that. Nothing can help them. The kid said, let me reach out to religion. Maybe God will help me. And that's when the radical, fanatical Islamists found those kids and said, hey, you're already in a bad situation. You know what? Blow up some people. God will love you and give you 72 virgins. They're 18.
Michael, that's a big line to cross, man. One thing is like punching somebody in the face, but people say, oh, Michael, Matthew, Jay, they were only 18 or 19. Hey, man, when I was 18 or 19, I wasn't thinking about shit like that. This is evil, evil stuff, man.
I joined the Marine Corps when I was 18. So, and we see around the world, there are kids in the Sudan right now. There are 14-year-olds that are fighting.
Right.
So circumstances can bring you to that point where you need to be aggressive. You have to be very aggressive to protect your life and protect your loved ones. But the joy of being in the United States, you don't have that problem. There isn't. We don't. Our quality of life, our technology, our status as a superpower, all at the same time, and the freedom to do virtually anything you want, that's unparalleled in the world. We have the This is the best moment in the history of the world to be alive if you're an American citizen in America. There is nothing, there has never been a better time to have your life and to be able to express yourself and to live the life you want. Nowhere else in the world, no other time in the history of humanity. And yet, we see the progressive socialist ideology is saying, no, 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 we have to destroy that. Because if you have such freedom and such opportunity with so many resources, well, you'll never become a communist. You'll never.
Michael, do you see copycats coming down the road here?
Absolutely. You mentioned something earlier. We don't know how many terrorist sleeper cells may be in America. I can give you an estimate. A lot of people don't like to look at this. They don't like to think about this number. There were under the 4 years of Joe Biden, because of the open border policy, over 400 known or suspected terrorists were caught in America. The 8 members of ISIS from Tajikistan that were hiding out for a year in California. One example that people may remember. But there were over 400. And they were in America, some of them only for a day, some of them for over a year before they were deported. Now, the normal rule is when we're looking at illegal immigration, whatever we catch, whatever we know of, well, that's about half as many as actually did enter the United States. So let's go with that as our number. That's 400 that we know came into America, which was a 3,000% increase versus previous to that. That means that there's another 400. That works out to about 8 people, 8 terrorists in each and every state across America. And they've been here for years. In some cases, 4 years, 5 years, at least a year or two that have been here indoctrinating the youth. Is it possible that in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, one of the denser cities with a huge population, could one of those sleeper cell influencers that came in under the Biden-Harris administration, could they have nudged these kids to find out more about the radical Islamist terrorist organizations, ISIS in particular, and then convince them that they should go to Turkey and Syria, get trained, and come back? Is that what happened? It could be. And the reason why we won't even have this discussion in America, and we should, whether you think I have merit or not, we should have this conversation. We won't, because the mainstream media knows that if we do, that means we have to talk about open borders, how they failed, how the Biden-Harris administration failed, and we're doing it in a midterm election year, which means that some people will say Democrats were responsible, and they were, and therefore, why should I vote for another Democrat?
Michael, I don't know if you're going here. You seem to be talking about accountability for Democrats. Well, if they knew this, and a first day intelligence professional would know this, or an FBI agent on the first day, if they knew this, then why aren't we moving on something? Because they set us up. They kept the border open. They didn't vet people. They just rolled right in. Well, to me, that's like a criminal intent of the administration that they installed Biden regime.
I would say so, but again, we see that these policies, these Democrats that approved of these open borders, and its consequences, and this is a direct consequence of that open border policy, they're protected because they want to maintain power. Remember, these colleges have been pushing this very same ideology out into the public. Their students, when they graduate Harvard, they graduate Columbia or Binghamton University, Stanford, whatever college, they're coming into the regular world with this ideology, and they are going into businesses, becoming managers and executives in companies, especially in media companies, that control how we hear about these stories, how we talk about these stories.
Right.
And so they're giving them cover. That's why we should have this conversation. We should say, do these these elected officials, these appointed members of government, often sometimes people call it the deep state, but however you want to call it, shouldn't we hold them accountable? We have known and suspected terrorists in the hundreds potentially throughout our country.
Michael, let me ask you this. Would sanctuary cities be protecting these people because they don't divulge immigration status when people are arrested or stopped?
Absolutely. And we know, think about it. Why did, again, going back to the Tajikistan terrorists, members of ISIS, why did they go from the southern border directly into California and we lost them for a year?
Yeah.
They were actively found out and they were being tracked down. And it took us a year to find them, to deport them. Why did that happen? Why did they go to California? Sanctuary state. Why did they go to New York and New York City? Sanctuary state. Philadelphia, sanctuary city, kind of a sanctuary state. New Jersey. You notice the bluer that you are, you're bluer than your city, the bluer the government, then the more terrorists and illegal aliens tend to go there because they will be protected.
Michael, isn't this
our laws?
I think you may have said this. Should this be something that we should be? We're approaching the midterms of what the Democratic Party has done us. And Michael, heaven forbid, I know a lot of stuff. You're on the internet like I am, and you're hearing about false flag, which is what's currently going on in the Middle East. And then you hear like what you just said about 400 known, but we probably know there's a lot more than that. Okay. The Democrats, I mean, it's like obviously we know the legacy media is not going to bring it up, but we should be, as a party, we should really be illuminating this, that they really put us in danger. And not to mention, I know I'm going to go off on a tangent here with Michael, and I want to talk about this a little later, to a lesser extent, to the partial government shutdown where TSA is not getting funded. And now, I'll be flying next week. And they're shutting down, entrance gates because obviously people aren't getting paid anymore and things like that. Well, in a sense, that's just jeopardizing our security. Maybe some of these people that are now there are overworked. The Democrats are also, it looks like they're getting a free ride on that as well. They're compromising our airport security as well.
Well, the TSA, the problem with the government shutdown, because Democrats did learn a lesson from the last one, the Schumer shutdown, which completely failed, and Democrats suffered politically, and they were embarrassed. And so they did a different style. They planned to do this anyway, but they changed the way they did it. Instead of shutting down the entire government, they shut down a part of it. They wanted to defund ICE, defund law enforcement. That people, the American people, 77 million of us, said, we want mass deportations. The law says there should be mass deportation. The Constitution says there should be mass deportations. And the public said, do it. Democrats are fighting against it. Only the Democrats were fighting against this. And they said, okay, we'll defund ICE, even though ICE already has the money. So they were virtue signaling. And they counted on the fact people didn't know if we just defund that one department, well, then we're going to put pressure on everything else, and they're going to try and blame it on the Republicans when only, and Kirsten Gillibrand, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, she recently was on several news programs trying to say, well, this is because of Republicans that the government shut down, why TSA and DHS are not funded. That's a lie. That's a lie. Look at the vote count. And this is the problem with the news media. What they should have said directly is, well, actually, Jake Tapper did bring this up when he was told this by Adam Schiff. He said, yeah, but if the vote count is Democrats are voting against funding the government, not Republicans. Republicans.
Michael, there was a 2-week extension floated out today. The Republicans said at least give them pay for the next 2 weeks, and the Democrats shot that down too. I don't know if you saw that. I saw that just before we came on air.
Yeah, I didn't see that. But
yeah, they were trying to. The Republicans were trying to do that. Michael, I look at this as a double whammy. About an hour or two ago, I was seeing that airline prices are going to start going up because of what's going on in the Middle East. So now, if you're the traveler, you get the double whammy. You get the nonsense that's happening and the craziness just trying to check in and go through security. And now you'll be going to be paying higher, maybe even much higher, depending on the length of this engagement over in the Middle East. So it's and I was going to ask this question, Michael, how do the Democrats think this is a winning way for them to hold out with this partial government showdown? How do you possibly think that they could get a win out of this? It's bizarre.
Because one, the majority of Americans are not well informed. They go by headlines and comments in social media, which are often completely false. Someone just puts up a meme and they go, well, that must be true. It's got 1 million views. It must be the truth. That's an authority bias. They're counting on that. They're counting on the mainstream news media not following up and asking questions and getting answers. They're counting on that. And they're looking at their base, and their base goes, well, this is a virtue signal. And when you see people who are virtue signaling, it doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. It doesn't matter if it's effective or not. It is the virtue signal itself that they celebrate, regardless of its consequences or its impact.
Exactly.
You virtue signal. You're good. You're doing great. And you get lauded by that side. So they're pressing that because what they're counting on is depressing, emphasizing the apathy of the vast 60% of America are independent, have no party affiliation.
Michael, this is primarily because they want the ICE restrictions put in place?
Yeah. Well, that's what they're saying now. I'm sure they'll tack more onto it. But supposedly, this is all about ICE. This is about...
It is crazy. Yeah. Michael, let me just ask you a question. I know this is going to be a side question to this whole airport thing but I was talking with my wife when we were watching the headlines today. Why aren't the airlines who were making record profits prior to this, why aren't they like back in the day? Why isn't it incumbent upon them to do their own screening? Why did the government entity, I know after 9/11, stuff like that, but isn't it time to give it back to them? Why is the taxpayer doing this?
Hard question, because I agree with you. It should be the airports and or the airlines themselves should be taking care of this. It can be done by private business and probably more effectively. And
yes,
in fact, absolutely more effectively. The reason why it was done by government is it implies more security, that the government's doing it, so it's more impartial. It is more all-encompassing. It is something that's going to protect you more. It was meant to make people feel safe. Because straight out of 9/11, that was the reason for it. The shoe bomber, as an example,
yeah, I remember that
was one of the big motivations for getting this to happen, which was an overreaction. And the reason why it still exists is the fact that we've seen virtually nothing ever be removed. Once government funds something, once government creates something, it's there forever. The U.S. aid, 83% of it was all corrupt. U.S. aid is still getting funding. The Congress has never stopped the funding. We're sending money to a shell that has no employees, has no workers, has no money. The money's not moving, and it's still going into an account for U.S. aid. This is stupid. This is money we're spending in the hundreds of millions.
Yeah, big money.
That money's still going there. The government is still printing the check and putting it into the bank for U.S. aid. It doesn't exist, but it was never closed. It was never removed. So the next time a Democrat gets in, they'll just turn the switch on and say, okay, U.S. aid is back. We've got a bunch of money. Let's just go and start buying governments and pushing California politics on the rest of the world. That's what they'll do. So it's kind of disappointing.
Michael, listen, I want to piggyback off that real quick. I know this is a pretty big topic, U.S. aid, and come back to this country. And the kid that exposed the fraud in Minneapolis and Minnesota,
Nick Sorter,
out in California. Yes, was out in California, and he went to like an apartment building, and it was the front for like 60 companies for senior care or some other things. He saw a lot of expensive vehicles out there. So, Michael, what is the extent of the fraud, not just in Minnesota, but in California? Would we see that reflected in every Democrat-run jurisdiction?
Absolutely. And possibly some red states as well, because, and the key here is, when every criminal faction, every organization, and pretty much any individual criminal that works in that financial arena, when they saw what was happening in Minnesota, and they saw that you can go from $1 million with a legitimate purpose to $300 million when it's a complete scam, you could do that in 5 years. They said, oh, wait a minute, we can do that. We can copy that model, that purpose, that can be duplicated in every single state, and especially the blue states, because it's easier. The programs already exist, and all you have to do is abuse the program. All you have to do is put out the numbers and say, I'm helping black and brown people. You can't stop me, otherwise I'll claim racism. And that's all it takes. We saw that with Minnesota. You can't stop us. Oh, that's racist. And the Dems fold. And you are okayed and allowed, approved to continue to defraud. So, yeah, I've said this since the very beginning of when we first heard about this fraud in Minnesota, that it is being duplicated. We know it seems to exist right now on different levels and in different forms, like the hospice in California. You'll see it in New York State. We have seen it in Ohio. We've seen it in Maine. You're going to see it in New Jersey, Washington State. You're going to see it Philly. All of the bluer than blue. They're all doing it because the criminals saw it works, and they have the ultimate benefit of saying it's helping.
Michael, what's your confidence level that Pam Bondi will follow through with prosecutions? Because we sure as hell know that Ellison in Minnesota, the attorney general there, or in New York, or anywhere out here in Pennsylvania, that they're going to drag their feet at best. Are you confident Pam Bondi can score a victory here?
Well, we already are, and then we're not. Let me clarify that. So, as using Minnesota as the key, we know that some 95 individuals have been indicted and arrested and are in the process of being in trial and going to jail in some cases. And we've seen about, I believe the last number was about 56 or 60 of that 95 have been convicted of crimes. So we are prosecuting and we are winning in case after case after case. It's not a question of we got the wrong people or this wasn't real. It is. And so we've been succeeding. But you're right that the process is being slow walked by Minnesota, by Keith Ellison, and by Tim Walz, the governor as well. They are putting up the bureaucratic blockade that is Democrat politics overwhelmingly, especially in bluer than blue states. And so that is slowing it down. Now, I would love for Bondi to go and arrest Keith Ellison. That Ellison would be charged with crimes of obstruction and possibly more. And I believe he should be removed from office. He's broken his oath and his duties as the attorney general and as a lawyer.
We have to get the puppet masters, Michael.
Yeah, and I want them to, but I don't think Bondi's going to. I don't think she's the right person to do it.
Who is?
That's a good question. Someone who's not on our radar right now. Bondi is. She's playing the game. She's playing a political game as well as a legal one, and I think that's wrong. The answer should be just do the job. Don't worry about the politics. Screw the politics. In fact, she should be blunt about this and say, this is the law. This is how the writing of the law, this is the meaning of the law, and I am going to execute that law because that's what her job is. That means Ellison gets pulled right now, instantly. And so does Tim Walz and everyone else. And it doesn't matter about the politics. And let the political fallout of that, which would involve House and Senate and all the rest of the races, let that go wherever it may. That's not her job. That's not her concern. Let the Trump administration, the rest of the administration deal with that. Let the GOP and the Democrats figure that out. She should just do her job. And until we have someone who's there who is going, this is the law, this is how it was written, this is what its intention is, I am going to enforce that, period, full stop, done. I don't care about whether or not it's politically good or bad for my party, someone else's party, doesn't matter. This is the law. This is what it means.
Michael, do you think these were federal crimes or were they state crimes? And Ellison had said on the Hill a few weeks ago, "Oh, do you know how many investigations I've had into this? Why aren't you people looking at that?" Are these federal crimes for the most part, as far the fraud that was going on in Minnesota, the welfare scams and whatnot? That's federal fraud, or is that state activity?
Well, technically, see, I don't want people to think. Haha, yeah, different, using a different little stinger there to come back from the show. All right, everyone. So we are back here with you at No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. And it is currently March 22nd at 5:15, pinpoint on time. How you like that? Just walk my dog. Hope you had a chance to get a cigarette, walk your dog, kiss your loved ones, or whatever it is that you wanted to do in the break. I hope you enjoyed that. We're going to jump back into the show. There's a lot to talk about. Now, I believe I promised that we were, well, actually, we've been talking about a lot of things. We touched a little bit on Afroman. We touched a little bit on Chuck Norris. We talked a little bit about what's going on in different aspects of the war with Iran and our allies, and how they are reacting to this and how they are in danger. One of the justifications of the war we now see in a way that we had never seen it before, with the introduction of ICBMs that can reach Europe, that there is a more imminent threat. It was just never disclosed until now that Iran has taken action, and we could see more. So we talked about a lot of those things. And we're going to move forward in just one moment. Before I move forward, I want to let everyone know that my birthday is coming up. And my birthday is a great day. One of the things about my birthday is that on April 6th, I always do a marathon, essentially, a marathon live stream. And I know some people say, Mike, you already do live streams that are marathons. They're 5 hours long. No. On my birthday, every year, I do a live stream that is at least 12 hours long. That's right, 12 hours. Now, we may have some guests coming on. Matthew J. is obviously invited. Larry Sharp is invited. Kit Cabello of Hard Lens Media invited. It's open to any of my guests that have been on before and other individuals that I've worked with over the years. Always are open. Any of the politicians that's on the right, the left, third party, I don't care. Any of them can come onto the program during the live stream. And I'm going to be taking all of your direct questions, as well as just talking about life and politics and issues. So things like not just talking about Chuck Norris, but talking about things like whether or not you're going to see the next Spider-Man movie. Talking about the video games that I like to play, like Project Zomboid, as an example. Talking about my life when I grew up, being homeless, living in Moscow, living and working in Moscow. These are some of the topics that I've covered in the past. And of course, there's so much more. Working on Wall Street, how that is affecting the way I look at the world today, and how it may affect others as well, how I come to some of these conclusions. It's 12 hours of insight, half a century of insight and knowledge and experience, as well as politics and perhaps some entertainment as well. I invite everyone to join me on April 6th for my birthday marathon. I spend my birthday with you. And by the way, all money that we raise, we're going to take money from all the super chats, the Patreon, the store, the Zazzle store, RumbleRants, and I'm going to be giving some of that money to the Jericho Project to help veterans, to help the homeless, to help families, because I don't trust Zoran Mandami. He's already failed. Thank God we were able to raise money back in November and December of 2025, because in January of 2026, Zoran Mandami's policies killed 19 homeless individuals. That is a record. We have never seen that under a mayor in New York City. And he killed 19 because of his policies. So your help in raising up money, with my help as well, we put our money together. We were able to help the homeless. And God, maybe that's why there wasn't 20 or 25 or 30, because we were able to pull our money together. And I'm not done. I am an advocate for the homeless. We will be raising money on my birthday, and that money is going to be going to the Jericho Project. I'll tell you more about that very soon. Also, side note, if you have not seen, I did a special special event with BronxNet Communications. That's the public access channel in the Bronx, channel 70 on cable, any cable, public cable. And on March 26th at 7 p.m., that special event talking about the Trump administration to date. My guest was Cool Clyde and also Larry Sharp, the candidate for governor of New York and my personal friend. He joined me. That's the first special. We're going to be taping a second special on April 8th, 2 days after my birthday. And I'll have Gonzalo Duran and I believe Jose Vega. Both are candidates. One's congressional, one's more local. We'll be talking with both of them for that second special. That's April 8th. On the 26th, BronxNet Community TV, channel 70 on cable, will have my special with Larry Sharp and Cool Clay. And then on the 27th, I will be able to publish that publicly so you guys will be able to see that. Okay, so that handles the background stuff. I hope everyone will enjoy all the events. By the way, if you want me to appear on your YouTube channel or your RumbleRant, you want to do an interview with me, please let me know. I'm happy to go on, whether it's a leftist program, centrist, right, third party, I'm happy to come on. Want me to talk about sci-fi? I'll do that too. I have a lot of fun with that. We'll talk about Warhammer all day. I don't mind. Star Wars, Star Trek, we can do that. Just let me know. And I'm more than happy to go to any college and speak about the different things, especially if you want to talk about whether socialism works or not. I'll tell you about my experiences in Moscow. And, I spent a year and a half there. Let's have a conversation about that. All right. That's enough of that stuff. Just want to make sure you guys knew that that was available, what's going on with the program, the various things on the show. I want to talk about, briefly, before I get to whether or not we should have a draft, a military draft. That's something that's being spread around on social media. That's not coming from the Trump administration. But we'll talk about that in just 1 second. Before I get to that, I did want to mention this little piece of news here, because if you're traveling right now, a lot of people will travel because of Easter, the middle of the, it's we call it spring break for a lot of students, and will become spring break. There's a lot of delays we see happening right now. Let's remember, and the news media isn't letting people know. They're like, oh, ICE is just going to go in and they're going to take over for the TSA. And that's just there's big, huge lines. And that's because of the Iran war. That is a lie. That is not true. That has nothing to do with it. And I know I was talking a little bit about that with Matthew J. Matthew was mentioning, the prices are going up because of the cost of oil. Yes, there's a little bit of that. There is inflation. There is a cost for having the war with Iran while the Strait of Hormuz is blocked off. And that is having an effect on gasoline, oil prices, and obviously airlines and buses and such. But that's not really the big thing. The big thing is that the TSA, which checks everyone as you go through the airport, makes sure that you're a citizen, you're a human being, you're allowed to travel on our airplanes. Well, there aren't enough TSA agents. They haven't been paid since the end of January 2026. That's because the government shut down. Most people forget we've had a partial government shutdown since January 2026. That was something that was done by Democrats on purpose. The first time that under the Schumer shutdown, you may remember from 2025 in the fall, they shut down the entire government. And then they cut off Democrats from getting government aid, getting food stamps. They wanted to blame everything on the Republicans, but Republicans voted 15 times to open the government. The Democrats voted 15 times to keep the government shut down. They learned. They're not stupid. So this time, instead of shutting down everything, which would mean they would cut off Social Security, they would cut off government aid, they would cut off food stamps or SNAP benefits, whatever you want to call it. Instead of doing that again and being the bad guys and therefore losing any advantage they might have thought they had in the 2026 midterm elections, no, they decided they're going to shut down part of the government, in particular, the Department of Homeland Security. And they did that because they knew the news media would forget about it. They would just gloss over that, leave that alone, and just blame the Trump administration. Trump isn't doing his job. Trump is causing massive delays at airports. Trump is the bad guy. That's the news media. They're leaving out because the government is shut down. Most people, you'd be amazed, and I know I was surprised. Most people I talk to don't know the government is partially shut down. They don't know that there are federal agencies, people at Department of Homeland Security, TSA, ATF, many organizations, they're shut down, not ICE. ICE has funding for 2 years. ICE, which is the thing that Democrats say they're against. They say that they want to stop the mass deportations. They want to stop ICE from doing their legal job that they are authorized and empowered to do. Except ICE has separate funding. They already got paid. That happened in 2025. They're funded until 2027. So this has nothing to do with ICE. They're not stopping one ICE agent. They're not stopping mass deportations anywhere in America. So they have failed at their job or their argument, which is that they want to stop ICE. Well, they can't. So instead, they're going to make everyone suffer. They're going to hurt America. And that's what Chuck Schumer has done. And they're doing it rather effectively because it's a stealth thing. Since the entire government isn't shut down, since people are still getting their food stamps, their SNAP benefits, they're getting their government aid, they're getting their Social Security, most people don't know that a huge section of our government is shut down and no one's getting paid. There are a bunch of people whose families are suffering because they don't have money for food. They've gone months without a single dime. The TSA agents that have been showing up for the last 2 months have been doing so voluntarily. They expect that they will eventually get paid. They'll get back pay for doing their job, but there's no guarantee on that, and there's no idea when that will happen. And as they run out of savings, well, like anyone else, they only have so much money. They still got to pay their bills. They still got to pay their rent. They got to pay for food. They got to help their family. And they can only afford to go to and from a job that isn't paying them but so long. And now we're seeing that fewer and fewer of them are showing up at work because they can't. And the lines at the airports are getting longer and longer. Now, as I was talking in the break, you saw me talking with Matthew J. You can see the entire video if you go on No Soundbites Allowed, or you go to the Matthew J Show on X. You can see the entire conversation, the entire interview. But yeah, it would be great if it was private. I mean, the airlines could resolve this themselves. They could employ the TSA on their own, make it private. And they could do that working with the government. So the burden would be lifted off the government so that you can't have these kind of shutdowns. So Democrats trying to make Republicans look bad and to punish the country for not obeying what Democrats want, well, that's something they wouldn't be able to do if it was private. Instead, it is public sector, it is the government They have shut it down. So how does Donald Trump get around this? Well, the answer is we have ICE agents, not enough, but he's going to take some of the ICE agents and he's going to put them in the airports. And they're going to check immigration. They're going to check people's bags and public safety, part of the Department of Homeland Security. They're going to make sure that people getting on and off the planes are secure. Now, they're not trained for that, so it won't be the most effective way to do it, but it's better than nothing. It's better than zero. And that will cut down in the number of lines going on. But I want you to understand why this is happening. Donald Trump isn't threatening to deploy ICE agents if it wasn't for the shutdown, he wouldn't need to do this. We wouldn't have ICE agents in our airports. We haven't had ICE agents at our airports en masse in 2025. It was unnecessary. But now we are going to see that. And Democrats are going to scream and shout and say, well, this is Trump being an authoritarian. No, it's a reaction to what the Democrats have done. Once again, the source of the problem isn't who they are blaming, it is themselves. The Democrats did this to you. And that also, by the way, increases the cost in airports and for the airlines. So this extra cost, because it's delaying flights, which costs airlines money, which throws off the entire system, throws off the airports as well. That increases costs for everyone down the line. And you wind up paying for it because Democrats wanted to make a political point. Because Democrats wanted a little bit more of an advantage in the 2026 midterm elections, and they think this will do it. They keep trying to find a way around the fact that 77 million Americans asked for mass deportations of every illegal alien, not just the ones that were doing violent crimes on top of the crime of entering America illegally, all of them. Realistically, if we got rid of 20 million illegal aliens, that would leave us with 20 million illegal aliens. And I think the pressure would be off enough that we probably wouldn't keep doing it. That's a realistic answer to the political question. But at this point, we're not there. And so Democrats, again, I don't understand this. Well, I do understand it. Democrats are fighting to have open borders, illegal aliens living in America on your paycheck who may get IDs, registered to vote and or vote. That 1% we were talking about in the first half of the show. They want that to happen. They want you to live with the burden of illegal aliens because it's politically advantageous to them because Democrats are only concerned about power. Again, this is a great example of it. Why is there a problem with airlines? Because Democrats are punishing you for voting for Donald Trump. Democrats are punishing you for closing the border. They're punishing you for trying to limit the number of illegal aliens in America committing additional crimes. They want to punish you. How dare you do something that doesn't help the Democrats get reelected and to maintain power? How dare you? That's what this is about. And I just wanted to cover that because I don't think it's getting the right spin. And when you look at CNBC, they're not talking about that aspect of it. No, it's Donald Trump and he's being unreasonable and this is going to be bad for somehow getting rid of the illegal aliens in America. That's somehow bad for Americans. They shouldn't be here. Unless they're flying out of the country back to their home country, if they're on a plane, where'd you get the money? Where'd you get the money? You're illegally in America. You're not supposed to be able to work. You're not supposed to be getting government handout. Where'd you get the money? Yeah, that's a problem. And you may disagree. It's okay. Tell me why. This is a conversation. I'm happy to hear your voices. I want to hear what you think. If you think I'm wrong, if you think, oh, no, but I shouldn't be at okay, then tell the Democrats to open up the government. They won't. But tell them to open up the government, then there won't be ICE agents at the airports. Seems simple, except if you're a Democrat. Okay, so I did want to talk a little bit about that. So there's a question here, and I think it's important as well. Is there going to be a draft? And I think this is kind of important. So we are hearing from left media and social media. So from the news media on the left and from social media, there's going to be a draft. Oh my God, you're going to war. Your kids are going to go to war. Your grandkids are going to war. And yet, no one in the Trump administration has said there's going to be a draft. Pete Hegseth has not said there's going to be a draft. No one's talking about a draft except the left. We haven't even put boots on the ground. Unless people on the left have forgotten, we have an active volunteer military. We have about roughly 2.2 million members of the Navy, the Air Force, the Army, and the Marines. And I understand recruitment was down under Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the Democrats. Yes, recruitment was down under them. It's been up under Donald Trump. And of course, Marines always made their recruitment totals because we're the Marines, of course. We're patriotic. We're the most patriotic, I believe, of any of the branches. We always make our totals, but because everyone wants to be a Marine. Not everyone can be, but everyone wants to be. Fantastic. But we're back up and we got about 2.2 million. We have enough troops that we could fight in Iran. Now, I have said before, and I will say it again, because I've said it many times. If even one American puts their foot on Iranian soil, if we are invading Iran, not a special unit like Delta Force going in on a hit and run, in and out, but we actually put troops on the ground to fight over Iranian soil. We own it. We should own every single inch of ground that Americans fight over. I don't care what anyone else in the world thinks. You want to call it colonizing, you want to call it imperialism, you want to talk about the empire of America, I don't care. If Americans potentially may be bleeding, then we are winning. And winning means we own it. That is the biggest problem we have had since World War II. The problem in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. The biggest problem America has had is that we are fighting the war. We're fighting the battles, and we are almost universally winning pretty much every battle we get into, we win. The problem is we don't win the war because we don't own what we fought over. And that's the problem. You want to finish these wars? You want to not have a forever war? Take it over. That ends the forever war. I know the left will be upset and they'll say it's colonizing and it's imperialistic and it's so, screw that crap, okay? Stop playing that dumb game. The problems we have are because we don't take them over. If we were to step into Iran, if we have to do that, if we have to put troops on the ground, we own it. It becomes a commonwealth. And as a commonwealth, we then improve the infrastructure. We reintroduce, because this used to be there. The Iranian people, prior to 1980, they knew what freedom was. Women were able to read. They were able to get jobs. They were able to drive cars. They were progressive. In 1970s progressive, not 2026 progressives. They were liberated. Perhaps that's a better term. They were as liberated as almost any first world nation. Women had the same rights and same freedoms as we see in England, in France, in the United States. Back in 1979, 1975, back then. They haven't had it for almost 50 years. Big difference. We can reintroduce that. We can rebuild their infrastructure. It is modern in Iran. They're not like Afghanistan. They're not like Iraq. It isn't people living in mud villages. It's very modernized, very much like a second world nation, kind of like a Spain or a Portugal. So there is technology there, but it could be better. It could be more modern. It could be stronger, more independent. We could rebuild it. And it would be good for America, because that would be good for our businesses. to rebuild Iran, to expand Iran, to make Iran more technologically competitive, to have more competitive oil being pulled out the ground and processed. That would be good for America. It would be good for Iran. And in 2 generations, they would be able to decide if they want to stay a commonwealth, if they want to be independent as a nation, or if they want to become a state of America, just like Puerto Rico gets to decide. But that's if we put troops on the ground. If we don't, if we're not willing to own all of Iran, then we don't put troops in Iran, period. We do not put our troops in there. Now, I do know there are 2,500 Marines that are in transit coming from Japan over to the Iran region. They will be on ships. They could land. This is the 31st MEU. And so therefore they are amphibious. They can go and breach the land if the president decides that. I don't want him to do that. We went there with the idea that the Iranian people will rise up on their own, given this opportunity, and they will be supported by the American government and hopefully other governments in the world. But America would support the Iranian people taking back their government. That's what we went in with. That's what I would like to see happen. If it can't, then we should own it all. The question is, do we need a draft? No. We don't need a draft. We can fight this war. And yes, it's a serious war. It's a bigger war, a more serious war than Afghanistan. It would be a bigger and more serious war than Iraq. It would be a significant war. It would be similar to Korea. It would be similar to going into Vietnam. And I know there's people out there who are saying, well, yeah, but, Iran is about 7 times as big as Korea, about 5 times as big as Vietnam. It's not about the size. That's stupid. Anyone who's saying, oh, it's going to be harder for America to fight that war because they're bigger, that's dumb. That's not military strategy. That has nothing to do with it. How big the land mass is not the thing that makes it harder or easier to have a war. That's stupid. Yes, there are 92 million people. There are more people, true. Most of them aren't part of the government. We're not fighting 92 million people. We're fighting the Ayatollah and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's a lot smaller. Yes, Iran has one of the bigger armies in the world and one of the biggest ones in the Middle East, which is about 500,000 people, but actually a little bit less. But it's not the size of the American army, nor is it our technology. And we have removed much of their leadership, their command and control, their supply and resources. It wouldn't be the same kind of fight as if we just landed troops yesterday and nothing has ever been bombed and none of the leaders have been removed. Not the same thing. So the left is putting out this rumor, and it is purely nothing but a leftist rumor. It's spread across, and you can see here, this is being reported by WPRI Channel 12, and it's being pushed out there by News Nation. Many news organizations are pushing this message out, especially on social media on the left, to scare our youth, the younger generation, those who are 20, 25, who just came out of college. They are indoctrinated. They are weak. They are snowflakes. They have never had to really struggle. That's just the truth. And I know someone's 20 right now is watching this and going, you don't understand. Yes, I do. I've been 20. I've been homeless. So I can tell you, in my experience, yes, you've had it way too easy. The kids all living back in their mom's house or their dad's house. They're getting help from government. Everyone is trying to make their life easy. They haven't struggled. They really haven't struggled like past generations have. And they're going to complain because they've been told that they are entitled to everything, but they don't have to put the effort in. This is the same reason why half of the college graduates today can't get a job, because employers think they are useless because they don't know how to work. They don't know how to put effort in, which is one of the biggest reasons why college graduates are unemployed, why a lot of the youth in America are unemployed. They don't know how to work. They don't have a work ethic. They think they're entitled to do nothing and get paid for it effectively. If you're young, you may not like that characterization. It doesn't necessarily have to apply to each and every young American, but it is affecting a majority of young Americans, which is why they're having so many difficulties. If there is a draft, you would know about it. But this is something to scare those same people who can't get a job, who don't have a work ethic, who don't know what it is to struggle, who think that they are entitled to everything just because they exist in America at this time. Those people are freaking out. And these articles are meant to drive you towards Democrats. It's meant to make you vote Democrat. Democrats won't draft me. I don't have to go into a draft if I vote Democrat. They'll fight against this. I don't want to go fight. Go fight, you little wuss. Defend your nation and the ideals of your nation and the future of your nation. As I've said before, this war, which you don't have to like, is about the future of America. It's about the safety and security of the world. You don't have to like that, but that's what it's about. Removing the number one sponsor of global terror is about making the world safer. Period. That's for Americans and every other country in the world. And that means it's worth it. You're not going to see it's not a tangible, oh, we just saved them so we get paid. No. It's we made the world safe so you don't die. Your kids, your grandkids don't die. You can't put a price on that. People aren't talking about it in those terms. I've always said, and I've said it on this program before, I'm not against a draft. I think we should have a draft. Most of NATO has a draft. Most countries in the world have a draft. Well, not most, about half of the countries in the world have a draft. I have no problem with the draft. And again, if it's worth owning, then we take over Iran. I got no problem. If we're going to put troops in, if we're going to fight, we own it. And if that is the mentality, I support that. If it isn't, we have a problem. Because if we don't go into Iran and take it over, then it's going to be a fail. It's going to be Iraq. It's going to be Iran. It's going to be a forever war. If we don't take it over. And if that means we need a draft, I'd be okay with it. But that's not on the table. That's just a leftist tactic to make you think that you're going to be drafted so you vote Democrat. They're fear-mongering you. The left loves to do this. They've been talking about a draft back when we went into Iraq, when we went into Afghanistan. Every major conflict, I've heard the left come out and they're going to do a draft. They're going to do a draft. They're bringing back the draft. There is no draft. The left has said it, but the left says a lot of things. And very often they're wrong and they're lying to you. But I'm happy to hear if you think we should have a draft, let me know. If you think we shouldn't have a draft, let me know. Do you think we should have troops on the ground fighting in Iraq? And if we do you agree with me? That means we should own Iran. Do you agree with me that if we put boots on the ground, that we own Iran, all of it, and it becomes a commonwealth of the United States, and everything else comes out of that one thing? We take it over. It is ours. You want to call us a colonizer, an empire? I don't care. Because that does, and again, what's the end goal? Remove global instability. Remove global terrorism. Remove the threat of ICBMs that can destroy Europe and eventually will be targeted against the United States directly. End the targeting of American citizens. We have sleeper cells filling America. There's that by my estimate, I believe that there's about 8 known or suspected terrorists in every single state in America. 8. And they are creating sleeper cells in America, like those 2 teens who went over and tried to frag grenade and blow up Gracie Mansion. I think we have a bigger problem. But that's me. You may disagree with that. That's fine. I'm happy to hear your voice on that. So, with that said, I know some people have been waiting for this. Let's talk about the Adams County Sheriff, their lawsuit against Afroman. And people have been waiting for the Afroman conversation. And this is something that has been taking off across the country. In fact, as we can see here on Twitter, Afroman, there's a lot of people who became interested in this week. This is something that's been going on since 2022 when it first happened. And I think by now most people have heard the story about what happened. Afroman is a rapper. He got famous for he was making songs with Method Man, another rapper, back in the 90s, as I recall. I don't know. I don't listen to rap music. But I believe they were in the 90s that Method Man and Afroman were making songs. And I think he was responsible for the song. I was going to go to work, but I decided, but I got high. But I got high. That's the song, I think. And so he's the guy responsible for that. A lot of people know it. I don't care. I'm not into rap music. Anything after 1992, I don't care about in rap. Just don't. But anyway, he was very popular. He lives in a small town in Ohio. He got into an altercation, which we'll talk about in just a second. But every Adams County sheriff in the United States right now is getting overwhelmed. This example is the Adams County Sheriff's Office, and I believe they're in Utah, and they are getting devastated because of this. They're not even in the same state. It's got nothing to do with them. People who have been jumping onto the bandwagon of the popularity of this situation have been screaming. They have no idea where this is taking place. They don't know. It's not. People who live in Adams County in Colorado have no idea that this doesn't even apply to their county. People are freaking out all across the country. It's amazing to me because this has become a rather popular situation. So I think this will kind of explain part of it. I can only play part of this because of the copyright, and I'll probably get a copyright strike on this, but since I don't get advertising, I don't get paid for my show, I'm going to play it, but I just won't play the whole thing because I don't want to get the live stream knocked down. But let me play a little bit of this for you.
Mine eyes seen the corruption of the Adams County cops, stealing money, stealing cake when they make they traffic stops. First they screw you, then they sue you, play games and dismiss your claims. The proof's on the internet.
Okay. So that's pretty self-explanatory, I think. What happened is there was this rapper has taken his experience with the Adams County, Ohio Sheriff's Department, and he has made various songs about it, including this one, which is based on the Battle Hymn of America. And it's pretty funny. It's very funny the way he does this. But he's using the video you're seeing of the police tearing down a door and rummaging through a house. That's his internal CCT. That's his security cameras in his house that recorded all of this. The police were told by an informant, a CI, they came and gave evidence and said that this rapper has a bunch of drugs, and he kidnapped people in a dungeon on his property. That's what the informant said, who was a drug addict. And so the police came, and he's a rapper. He's known for smoking a lot of marijuana, his drug deals. So we get the drug part. And kidnapping? Kidnapping? No allegations of this anywhere else. No one else in the entire community thought that he was kidnapping people, that he had people in a dungeon, that he was human trafficking, in other words, slavery. No, none of that. So the police, without checking the details, without doing their background search, broke into his home, and they searched the house with a warrant. They did have a warrant. They searched the house for drugs, not just like, personal use, but, kilos of drugs, any kind of drugs. Didn't find any, didn't exist. They were searching for meth or anything else, didn't exist. They searched for a dungeon, doesn't exist. They searched for any kidnapped victims, doesn't exist. They held Afroman's wife and children at gunpoint while they were doing this search of his property. And then those same police officers cut the internal security camera so that he and therefore us would not be able to see what they were doing in his house. Afroman, after this happened, and there was no evidence of any wrongdoing, no crime whatsoever. He was not charged with a crime. He was never arrested. No crime was ever filed, nothing. The police went away. He said, hey, are you going to fix it? They broke his gate. They broke his door. They broke some of the things in his house. He said, are you going to pay for any of that? Are you going to repair anything that you broke? Replace anything that you took? They said no. They went and they took his money. He had money in his house, on his property. They took his money that he earned, that he paid taxes on. They took his money, and he said, are you going to give me my money back? They eventually did give him back some of his money, and they kept some of it. So Afroman decides, okay, this is ridiculous. He could go to court. It'll take forever. It'll cost more money to sue the police department than the money that he lost. So instead, he's an entertainer. He made a song. He made a bunch of songs. He made an entire album embarrassing those police officers by name, a parody of many of them, kind of like this is a parody of the Battle Hymn of America. And he sold all of that, and he put it on YouTube. You can go to it's OG Afroman, meaning original gangsta, the OG Afroman, and the original Afroman. And you can go and see that, and he's got millions of views. He got 1.1 million viewers. So he said, I'll make my money from embarrassing these police officers. This is his First Amendment right. This is his right to embarrass them through parody and through telling his own personal life story, to share his same thing as if he was giving a speech about it. He could have gone around the country, going to colleges and other locations, talking about it, but that's not his format. His strength is in entertainment. Whether you like his music or not, whether you think he's a good entertainer or not, doesn't matter. His format is entertainment. So he put it out as music videos and songs. And it worked. He made a boatload of money. And the Adams County, Ohio Sheriff's Department got embarrassed within their community and to an extent around the world. Now, I didn't know about this story. I had no idea. My good friend Larry Sharp did an interview with Afroman in 2023 at Freedom Fest. So it was out there in the public. People knew about the fact that this happened to him. And the reason why he lost a bunch of stuff and why the the sheriff's department said they don't have to fix anything is because of asset forfeiture, which is a process that police departments use all across the country, legal law enforcement use, which allows them to take your property without having to have an actual crime. It's specific in the law. It is legal. It is something that many people, especially libertarians, hate. Although it's not just libertarians. Conservatives, Republicans, and Democrats are all against asset forfeiture. And if enough people are interested in that, I'll do a story on that. I'll cover that, and I'll do a video or a live stream about it if you're interested in asset forfeiture. Most people don't know what it is. Most people don't care. Let's be honest. Now, they care about this because it's First Amendment, and it's something easy to grasp. You know what it is. You know what he's doing. And it's covered by law. He can speak about what happened in his life. He can make a parody of known public figures. These aren't private individuals. They're police. They're sheriffs. They are public figures. So he's not picking on private citizens. He's picking on public citizens, and he's making a parody of them. He's making fools of them, and he's making money on that. I don't see a problem. He went to court. The sheriff's department sued him. And this is all in the music video. You can see it. He has many music videos on these guys. He embarrasses them, and he tells you his story. Everything I'm explaining right now, he explains in a musical format. They sue him because they're embarrassed, because he gave them nicknames. There's a fat sheriff in his town in Adams County. He calls him Officer Pound Cake because the guy's looking at his pound cake like, ooh, I want to grab that pound cake. He's a big fat officer, and that's it, which is kind of funny. And other similar names. Almost everything other than parody, everything he points out about these officers is public information or that was captured by his CCTV camera or parody. So either he says things that are known to the public as true, are on video, and therefore evidence that is true, or it's an outright parody, which isn't true. He got sued. And here's the thing. He won. You know the saying that you can't fight government, you can't fight City Hall? Yes, you can. You can. And if you get enough public sentiment behind you, and if you have the right law and the right lawyers, you can win. Afroman did win. Good for him. And I'm perfectly happy that he won. Do I like his rap music? No. Do I think he's being overly flamboyant? Yes. Does it make a point? Yes. We had a comment earlier, and I want to bring that back up for everyone. We had a comment from Lunar Entity, and he says, remember, he said, free speech being paraded around like a circus, almost like the intent is to mock it, not revere in it. I don't believe that him doing that, Afroman, making a parody of the Battle Hymn of America or any other song and putting lyrics of his life, I don't think that's a parody. That's First Amendment. Him wearing a suit based on the American flag is, again, a reminder. We are free. We have the First Amendment right to speak. This is America. This is the foundation of America. And you cannot stop that. And that's what that flag symbolizes. And the flag wraps around him and every other American citizen in this nation, in the history of this nation. He has the right. The flag, the symbol, America is surrounding him everywhere he goes. He has the right. And the government cannot remove that right from him. He committed no crime. He did nothing wrong. The government does not get to punish him retroactively. It's very much like the red flag argument. You don't have a right to go into, to take away my property because the government doesn't like it, because someone doesn't like it. You don't get to take my property. You don't get to take away my Second Amendment rights just because someone else doesn't like that I have that right. If someone doesn't like that he's wearing that suit, you don't get to stop him from wearing it. You don't like his song, you don't get to stop him from being heard. The police department doesn't get to stop him because they were wrong. But something else that was said about this comes, again, Lunar Entity said earlier in the show, he said, the entire Afroman trial feels like a manufactured spectacle. I find it harder and harder to trust anything at face value, especially when delivered by the news media cabal. The news media didn't put this story out. It's kind of like Nick Shirley, and when he revealed the corruption in Minnesota with the Somali daycares, the news media tried to ignore the story. Right now, and I'll talk about it a little bit later, the hospice care scandal, the fraud in California for hospice, which was revealed again by Nick Shirley. Well, that was initially ignored, and now news media are catching up. This Afroman has been doing this for years. The mainstream news media covered it up. They hid this from the public. It's the independent media that brought this out. And again, how he presents this may make some people laugh. Underlying all of that is the fact that there is serious law involved. This is seriously about asset forfeiture. This is seriously about the powers of law enforcement. This is serious about the accountability of law enforcement to an American citizen. This is about the American citizen having the freedom of speech. This is fundamental and massively important on multiple levels for every single American across America. Whether you listen to rap music or not, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, male, female, doesn't matter. This affects everyone. And law enforcement across the country is affected by this. This is a big story. It just looks unusual. It just looks flamboyant. And part of the reason why he's doing the music, part of the reason why he looks flamboyant when he walks into that courtroom with that suit on, is to get your attention. Because we have a society that has been built on the idea of 30-second sound bites. That you get a headline and that's all the coverage that most people will ever get about any story. That's why I don't do sound bites. That's why we spend hours talking about all these different aspects of all these issues, international to local to across the country, because the mainstream media isn't going to tell you the story. They're not going to give you the details. So I think it is important, and I think it is powerful, but I think there's something else that's also equally, oops, wait a minute. Excuse me 1 second. I think there's something else that's equally as important. And I see your comments, Phil. I'll get to them in 1 second. And I will get to anyone's comments. Phil, I see your comments. I'll get to everyone else's comments about this in 1 second. But I think those are important. Not perfect, important. Here's the other thing I think that's critical here. I think that the reason why this story is so big right now, why we've had people like Benny Johnson and Asmongold have been presenting this. We've seen now the mainstream news media are covering this story. I mean, on a national level, not local news media, not him going to an event like Freedom Fest. I'm talking about this is now a national, if not international story. People talking about this case, more so about the fact that Afroman won. Most people don't even know what he won. Seriously, the average American doesn't even know what he won. They think it's something about entertainment. It's really not. It's not about the music. It's about freedom of speech. It's about talking about what the police did. It's about accountability. But people are seeing snippets of this and they're not getting it. And I think the reason why this is popular, I'm asking you guys who are watching this, you've probably seen parts of this. Am I wrong that many people are seeing this and they don't even know what Afroman won. You didn't, before I mentioned it, a lot of people, I believe, didn't know what the story was. They don't even know what asset forfeiture is. Most people don't know anything about that. They don't know that this was about the First Amendment. They just know that a bunch of cops got embarrassed and this guy made money. That's about all. And they know the guy's walking around in an America suit. They know that, but they don't know the details about why or how it's going to affect their lives. I think I've explained it on why it affects you, because it's about your freedom of speech. It's about holding the police in control, checks and balances on our government. I don't think most people know that that's what this case actually is truly about. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think the reason why this is so popular is because America needs something funny. At this moment in 2026, in March of 2026, there's a lot of people who are being terrified about, oh, you're going to be drafted. It's not true, but they're terrified. Oh yeah, the draft's coming tomorrow. Trump's going to draft everybody. You're 20 years old. You're going to war, except women. Women won't go into the draft. I don't know why. They should. Hey, you want equality? You don't get more equal than being drafted into a war. There's nothing more equal than that. If you don't want equality in being drafted, you don't get equality in the military, in my opinion. You may disagree with that. That's another thing. But most people are dealing with these big things. We've got prices of energy going up. The cost of living is high, in part because of everything that has occurred before, especially most recently, the Biden administration and their failures in terms of economics. We're in a transition phase. We're trying to rebuild America for the next 5, 10, 20 years. We're trying to re-stimulate having manufacturing in America to make goods be self-reliant more. We're trying to get the rare earth metals from Greenland so we don't have to depend on our enemies like China to provide us the things we need to maintain our quality of life. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of serious issues, and you cannot casually pay attention to these things. Everything I've been talking about on this program isn't because these are not issues that you can delve into in 5 minutes. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've been alive almost 58 years. There's a lot of experience and a lot of active research that goes into what I do. I spend 8 hours a day, minimum on average, 8 hours, sometimes 12, sometimes 16 hours, researching all of these stories, going in and out, looking at multiple versions of this. I don't look at just one story. I'm looking at 4 or 5 different locations from England, from overseas, the United States, Canada, different left and right and center. I'm looking at all of them, talking about this to get an understanding, to get into the background. I watch things like Nate the lawyer talking about this, and I see Benny Johnson talking about this, and I see Asmongold talking about this, all in their own different ways of addressing this, so that I can then decipher that and bring it to you. That takes a lot of work. That's a lot of stress, especially if you don't do all that work. And I don't expect anyone to do that, because it's too much. It's really too much work for any one person, to be honest. I should have a team of people helping me with this to cover all these stories. I don't have 10,000 people like CBS. It's just me. And I would love to have more money. Please donate. It helps. But that's why America needs something that we can just look at and laugh. That's why we need this battle hymn. Let me play a little bit more of that.
Afroman will bring it to ya. Afroman is gonna do ya. Afroman is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. Mine eyes have.
So we need something that's just silly. Okay, those lines, those lyrics, while they are true, while they're impactful, while they have relevance in terms of the First Amendment, it's funny. It's just silly. There's not this isn't high production value. This wasn't done with a huge camera team. This is a guy talking, walking, mimicking, trying to match his song that he sang in his studio. This is being recorded on someone's cell phone. That's it. Someone's cell phone is doing this. Good to him, but it's funny. It's taking that very serious, very important, very dramatic issue and making it light and easy. It's kind of like listening to a good comedian. They make you laugh at serious issues. They make it okay for you to not know every single detail. They make it okay for you to have a conversation about this later, to reflect on it now that you're laughing and go, but I get it. But I get it. That's important. And I think that's why this weekend, the last couple of days of the week, everyone has been talking about Afroman, because we need something that we can rally around that's light and easy. People need something to walk away from the war. They need something to walk away from the inflation or the potential of even more inflation, of the cost of gas and oil. They need something to step away from in terms of the 2026 elections and what many politicians are doing to try and get an advantage. They need to step away from the Somali daycare fraud and the California hospice fraud, and likely the fraud, very similar frauds in Ohio, in Maine, in Washington State, in Oregon, in New York, in Pennsylvania. We need something to step away from all of that. We need something where we can all get together and go, you know what, that's funny and it makes sense. And I can laugh and I get it. He should be able to say that. This case should never have gone to court. Those police officers should have been accountable the second that they found out that their informant lied to them. They should have volunteered to replace his gate, to replace his door, to fix whatever it is they broke inside his house. They should never have turned off his security cameras. Never. They should have apologized publicly for impugning his reputation by saying that he was kidnapping people. That's it. They should have publicly made that apology. They did exact opposite on all of that. And then they sued him when he said, well, I've got to do something. I've got to respond in some way. This was his way to fight. And I've heard him when I specifically was listening to his speech with Larry Sharpe at Freedom Fest in 2023. You can look it up, Freedom Fest 2023, Afroman. You'll see Larry Sharpe's interview with him. And he said, this was his way of fighting back. This was his way, making these songs, making this parody, making fun of the people who were accountable because of their wrongful actions. This was his way to get back at them. And it caught on, as it should have. And the police decided to sue. This should never have become a lawsuit. It should never have gone to trial. The judge should never have let this move forward. It is obviously First Amendment, not just because of parody, but because it's his life experience. That's how I feel about that. That's why I think this is such a big deal. And I don't think by next week, no one's going to be talking about Afroman. For all the people on that I know, third party, a bunch of people who are talking about, see, it's about asset forfeiture. No one cares. I'm sorry, guys. No one cares. This isn't about asset forfeiture. It's barely about the First Amendment. And it should be. It should be about accountability. It's about America needed something to smile. America needed something to laugh. We needed something that we could rally around and everyone feels good. No one is looking at the police officers and going, well, I'm on their side. No, Not in this case. No. Yes, I back the blue. Absolutely. I've marched on that. I've held up signs about that. I've been an advocate for the police when they do the right thing. And when they do the wrong thing, I hold them accountable and I will call them out every time. But in this case, the Adams County, Ohio Adams County police, they were wrong at every level. They deserved what they got. Afroman deserves to be able to do it. And every single American has the right to do what he did. You want to make a song about your life experiences? Go right ahead. That's your lived experience. As long as you don't lie about anyone, it's your lived experience. Make your song. Go right ahead. Let me take some of the comments here about this because maybe someone disagrees with me. And I'm happy to hear your voices. If you think I'm wrong, if you think I got it wrong, let me know. So Phil, hello, Phil. Phil says, Mike, we'll have to get some lemon pound cake when Larry wins the governor's race in November. Lemon Pound Cake, by the way, is one of the songs by Afroman, and it's about the fat cop. Let me see. Do I have that up here? Let me see if I can show you that. Trying to find it. There it is. Well, no, that's not it. Let me show you guys. So, right here. So, this officer is now nicknamed Officer Pound Cake because right next to him, this isn't the best image, but right next to him is a pound cake, and he's staring it down like he wants to grab the pound cake. He's ready to put down his gun and grab the pound cake and eat it. So he's now Officer Pound Cake. That's his new nickname. He made a song about it. It's funny. Yes, I get the joke, and it is funny. I agree with you, Phil. He goes on to say, civil asset forfeiture takes in $3 billion a year. I'm not saying it's not a serious issue. I'm saying no one cares in the case of Afroman. That's not why Afroman is. And I think there's a lot of activists have to understand this isn't about civil asset forfeiture. No one cares. No one's paying attention to that part of it. They might in the future in a different format, but they don't care. This isn't about the popularity. And I think a lot of people are misunderstanding that. I think a lot of advocates, a lot of activists are forgetting. This isn't about civil asset forfeiture. It's not about the police either. Well, to be more accurate, it is more about the police than anything else. It's about being wronged and America needing a way to smile. And this was our opportunity to get behind someone who did the right thing and we can enjoy. And what they did is funny in and of itself. Let me see. Phil goes on to say, and by the way, let me put this up. I don't know why I didn't put that up already. Phil goes on to say, now, one of the officers, one of the songs and some of the lyrics in the songs is calling one of the officers, her first name is Lisa, is a rude way of calling her a lesbian. And it is rude. It is very rude. It is very crude and crass, the way that Afroman refers to this female officer who was responsible for turning off his surveillance cameras and was deeply involved in this entire process. I agree. It was a bit much. Did he need to make, and by the way, the officer, whose first name is Lisa, she is a mom. She has kids. Now, is that the nicest thing he could have said about her? No. But I can't say she didn't deserve it. She earned it. She earned his ire as part of the team that wrongfully damaged his property, scared his family, that took his money, that broke his property, and refused to apologize for any of that. yeah, she's just as responsible. And so she's part, and she deserves to be parodied. And she needs to be humbled. And I understand it's upsetting for her, but think of how upsetting it was for him. Now, is it nice? Is it the nicest thing he could have done? No. But I think she deserved what she got. I really do. And if being called a lesbian when you're not a lesbian is the worst thing that happens to anyone in their life, that's not so bad. God knows how many times I have had the left, groups like Indivisible New York, groups like the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT. I've had leftists left and right tell me that I'm a Nazi, I'm a racist, I'm an Uncle Tom. I've heard every slur you could possibly imagine over the last 25 plus years. Half my life, I've been listening to the left attacking me for daring to be a Republican, for daring to have a different opinion about politics than they have. I get it. I get that Lisa may be frustrated. But the answer is, if you're really that frustrated and it's that devastating, respond back. She's a public figure. He's a public figure. Go ahead and make fun of him back. Go out there and write a book. Go on and put your story out there if you want to. He's a public figure. He's a target as much as you are, Lisa. So she can defend herself. She can. Lawsuit? No. Silencing him? No. Trying to make America not laugh at the joke, mean-spirited as it is, it's still funny. Just because a joke is mean doesn't mean it's not funny. I know modern leftists are like, oh my God, you can't tell a mean joke. Yes, you can. And Afroman did. And it is funny. And it's making them money. But also, I should emphasize that Phil, by the way, and I got to it. See, I didn't forget. He made a super chat, $2. Thank you so much for the $2. I truly am appreciative. I really do thank you for that. It does help this channel. It does help me. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, Phil. Phil says, for some lemon pound cake for you and bones for my dog. My dog is named Khan. That's right. Genghis Khan. That's my dog. All 21 pounds, 15 years old. I love my dog. And he will get a treat. No doubt he will get a treat as soon as I'm done with the show. Just because you gave us the $2, Phil, I thank you for that. And if he wakes up at some point, I'll put him on camera. But he's asleep somewhere. Don't know where he went to. You'll hear him when he wakes up, I am sure. Thank you, Phil, for the $2. It does help. Folks, you are always appreciated, and you, too, can leave your comments on YouTube, on Facebook, on Rumble, on X. I'm happy to hear your voices, whether you agree or you disagree. If you think civil asset forfeiture is a big deal and America is finally going to pay attention to that issue, great, tell me why. I don't think this is the way to get there, but hey, I'm happy to hear about it. Tell me what you think. If you think I got it completely wrong, if Afroman is the greatest hero ever, let me know. So I was talking about that. I don't know that there's much more to say about that. Afroman is popular right now because America needs to laugh. He, at the same time, did a wonderful job of protecting the First Amendment, or rather, highlighting how the First Amendment is invaluable to American citizens and we deserve it. And that police should be reminded and humbled that they don't get to do anything they want without repercussions. Next time, make sure you're telling you the truth. Next time, if you bust down someone's door and you're wrong, fix it. Make life easy for everyone. I'm not saying that police aren't going to screw up in the future, that an informant won't lie. It may happen. Be humble. Fix it. You broke it, you fix it. Don't take people's money just because you're a police officer and it's a search. Make sure there's a crime. If there's no crime, don't walk away with someone else's property or their money. You don't do it. And leave the pound cake alone. Leave the pound cake alone, especially some of you officers that are a little chunky. You know what? Lay off the pound cake. Okay, that being said, let me move on a little bit to, all right, show's going on. Something else that I thought was kind of interest as well. You may recall that in September of 2025, I spoke to you and I did a show. I was doing one of my live streams from last year, and I put out a short video about Kat Abu, who was running for the Illinois 9th District. She was running for Congress. And I told you she should lose. I told you that, in my opinion, looking at Kat Abu as a candidate, she was unqualified and she was a horrible representative of the people of Illinois and the American public in general, and that she should be in jail. That's what I said then, and let me prove what I said then. Didn't arrest you, which is what I think that Kat Abu was trying to do. She wanted to be arrested. She wanted to be a victim on national TV where she's in handcuffs so that she could go to her donors and to the other progressives and say, see how much of a victim I am? Let me virtue signal for you. They put me in handcuffs. They arrested me because I'm fighting for progressive ideology. I'm fighting for illegal aliens that can't vote for her. They can't donate to her. They can't vote for her. But she's doing the right thing. So you should give her more money. That's what this was about. This was a setup. That's why the cameras, that's why her, I believe, her campaign team were able to edit the video. They were following it. They got her on 4K and they cropped it out just to show what they needed for the campaign, to raise money and to influence people who didn't pay attention, didn't realize that there was more to the video. There was much more to the video. You saw it from CBS News. You saw it here in this video. They're showing you a 5 to 10 second clip saying, oh my God, it's so evil, when you have 2 minutes beforehand that shows you, no, she's just a criminal. She is a criminal taking advantage of your emotions. Kat Abu running for the Illinois 9th District didn't arrest you. Okay, so I covered that pretty well at the time, and I think it's very clear to remind people what was happening in September of 2025. Kat Abu was one of the progressive candidates who were going around with a mob of other progressives that were trying to interfere with ICE, law enforcement, doing mass deportations. This was happening in Illinois, just outside of Chicago. And she was one of the individuals who were supposedly protesting by actively beating on police cars, trying to charge at law enforcement and trying to impede them from doing their job of deporting people who should not be in America, who, some of them being violent criminals who assaulted other Americans. She was trying to keep them in America. She was trying to keep the burden of paying for illegal aliens under the Biden-Harris administration. She was trying to keep that burden on you, your tax burden, taking your money to pay for illegal aliens. That's what she was fighting for in September of 2025. After that video came out, she got arrested. She got arrested for breaking the law because it is a crime to interfere with police that are doing their lawful job. I want to be very clear about that. Lawful job. It is lawful to for the government to capture and deport illegal aliens. Period. Full stop. Done. It's in the Constitution. We have additional laws even making it more legal than just the Constitution. It is a fact. You can do that. She broke the law. And I said, she should be arrested. She did get arrested. And I said, she should lose her election, that she was unworthy of being a member of Congress. Well, as it turns out, 2026, she had a Democratic primary. So she was up against other Democrats. She was an activist, a progressive activist, and she went up against a regular Democrat. And the people of the California, bear with me one second. My screen's different. All right. And the people of the Illinois 9th Congressional District said, no way. They do not want Kat Abu. They do not want an activist in Congress. Probably because they saw that Ilhan Omar is an activist in Congress. Rashida Tlaib is an activist in Congress. AOC is an activist in Congress. And they do crap. They are worthless. They are useless. They are ineffective and inefficient. They are the biggest waste of time, and they are a detriment to our country as well as our government, in my opinion. If you think Rashida Tlaib is great, if you think Ilhan Omar loves America, you're on drugs. You're just on drugs, because it's not true. If you think AOC is effective at anything, you obviously have not looked up her record. You have not looked at what she has done. You have a feeling, but your feeling is wrong. Just flat out, it's wrong. Objectively, there is nothing good about activism in our government in place of actual government, in place of actually doing their job. I'm not saying that a member of Congress can't also do something activist, be a part of a protest. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying if that's the only thing you do is activism and not actually be a member of Congress, not actually do your job representing the people, not actually supporting things that are good, or as in the case of the SAVE Act, you're not willing to do what the people are asking you to do, which is vote for voter ID, then you don't deserve to be in Congress. You're not a member of the government. You are a problem, and you need to be unelected. You need to be replaced. Or in the case of Kat Abu, never get elected in the first place. Think about it. Kat Abu is famous because she's a bisexual former journalist. Now, mind you, the emphasis on her sexuality is coming from The Advocate, who did the story on this, which is obviously a very biased news publication. They are very biased. Obviously, they're in favor of pretty much anything LGB, alphabet, plus, the whole infinity, whatever. So they have their bias on there. Fine. That's their, I have a bias on my channel. I'm a Republican. They have a bias. It's because of LGB. Fantastic. I'm not going to complain about that. But I think when the best thing that you can say about a candidate is that indicted Chicago area progressive. So the most important things you can say is she's a progressive. She's against MAGA. She's against making America great again. They always love to use the acronym so they don't have to say she is a progressive and a foe of making America great again. That doesn't sound positive. That doesn't sound beneficial. That doesn't sound like something that's going to improve America. She falls short in Illinois Democratic primary. Kat Abu, and I don't say her whole name because I can't. I can't get that name right. A bisexual former journalist. Really? So the biggest things that you have to say about her is that she's progressive and that she's bisexual. These are the things that we're supposed to emphasize. This is supposed to be a reason why you were voting for her, because she's a bisexual. She got kicked out of being a journalist, so she got fired, apparently. And she's a progressive. Oh, wow. and she's against making America great again. This is someone you should want to vote for. No wonder she lost. If that's the best thing you can say is she got arrested for breaking the law, for going against what 77 million Americans voted for, that she's an activist. That's who you want to vote for? No, of course not. I said in September she should never get into office, that she should not win. The Democrats in Illinois said, you know what? You're right. The Democrats in Illinois, in the Chicago area, agreed with me. An activist is not who they want in Congress. And we're seeing this across the country. Every single progressive activist that was running in Illinois for Congress, every single one of them lost their primary. And we are seeing across the country, progressives have been losing in many of the primaries that they have had. And they are the underdogs in many of the races where there was no primary and only the progressive got to move forward. America is tired of activism. Activism for the purpose of just being an activist. Just so you can scold people and say, I'm better than you. My ideology is better than your ideology. That's not a reason to be part of the government. That's not a reason for anyone to follow you. That's not a reason for you to get money or power. My ideology is better. Yours is worse. You should be ashamed. Screw you. Screw you. How dare you tell me how I should feel, how I should vote, how I should think, and where my money should be donated to? You don't get to have that choice. You don't get that. Like every American, we're not here to obey you. We're not serfs. We're not peons. We get to make choices and we have agency. And I know Democrats have a problem. The Democratic leadership have a problem figuring out that black people can make up their own mind. But I'm sorry, I'm not like Joe Biden. I don't need Joe Biden to decide whether I'm black or not. My mom, my dad, they figured that out for me. Every day I look at a mirror, it's very clear. I'm black and Hispanic. I don't need Joe Biden's verification. I don't need Kamala Harris's verification. I don't need Michelle Obama's okay on this. I'm secure in who I am. I don't need them to approve of me for me to be a good person or to be full and fulfilled in my life. And I don't think any other black or Hispanic or male or female in America needs that either. And that's why I think Democrats are in trouble. That's why Democrats haven't been getting money from any of their billionaire donors since 2025. It's the reason why the Democratic National Committee is in debt by over $15 million. There's a reason why they are losing power, why they have been losing races. It's because people have agency. We're intelligent. We're American citizens. Respect us. Don't treat us like we're children. Don't order us around. Don't scold us because we don't agree with you. That means you didn't make the best argument. It means that you failed, Mr. or Mrs. Activist. You failed to make your point and to prove it beyond anyone else's point. You didn't make it clear why your ideology is going to be good for me or anyone else in America. And I think the public is figuring that out. And that's why you're going to see the 2026 midterm elections be a surprise for a lot of people. I know they keep saying, oh, well, Donald Trump's going to lose. I got to remind everyone, it is normal, historically, it is normal and expected that in the midterm, you see that whoever had the House, it flips. If Republicans are the president, then Democrats win the House. If it's a Democrat that's president, Republicans win the House. That is what is normal. normal. Happens historically all the time. It is the majority thing that happens. So when the left goes, but Democrats are going to win, you're supposed to. The Democrats are supposed to win the House by about 2 to 3 seats. That's the norm. And right now, odds are Democrats might win by 1 or 2 seats. So we're historically following the norm, if a little bit weak, because Democrats are losing steam. They have no leadership. They have no policies. They have no ideas. And people are tired of being scolded. People are tired of the Democrats and their progressive ideology. I think that's so clear. We got a comment from Joel who says, my train of thought, Cat Abu, Cat Baloo, Lee Marvin, and now he wants to watch The Dirty Dozen. You're funny, Joel. You're funny. That is funny. But I get it. I get the way you think of it. And by the way, I want to say, hey there. How you doing, Logic? And it's good to see you. So I wanted to cover that story. And that kind of brings me to, see, this is why people are tired of the Democrats. In Georgia, and a lot of people may not know this story. Let me try and bring that up a little bit for you. There we go. So in Georgia, in the Georgia Supreme Court, a judge had to talk to Deborah Leslie. And I got to just play this for you. It's 45 seconds. I got to play this for you guys. I can believe this.
So before you sit down,
Yes,
there's
sir.
one more thing I need to ask you about, unfortunately. In reviewing the trial court's order denying the motion for new trial, there are at least 5 citations to cases that don't exist. And there's at least 5 more citations to cases that do not support the proposition for which they're cited, including 3 quotations that don't exist. My understanding is that you prepared the order for new trial, the denial order for the trial court. Were those citations in the version of the order that you submitted to the trial court?
No, Your Honor, I do not believe so. They were not. I did prepare an order. That order was revised.
So those non-existent cases were cited in your initial brief opposing the motion for new trial.
Okay, and from here, she just searches around. She doesn't find it.
Your Honor, I'm not aware of that, but I would be glad to research that and provide the court with a supplement.
Okay, we'll get a briefing order out directing.
All right, so that's where that goes. This is the problem. Georgia, Democrat state, we can't have confidence. This is like Cat Abu. How can people have confidence in our government and in parties when we have people who are making it up? This is the Georgia Supreme Court. This is a state attorney. A state attorney. She made up quotes. She made up articles. She made up citations. What, you thought no one was going to read it? That the judges would just go, well, she's a Democrat. She's a black woman. So we just got to go with it. A black woman said it, so it's got to be true. I mean, come on. Seriously, folks. And this is what we're getting from Democrats. This is what we're getting from our government right now. That is such an abject, pitiful failure. I know. And that is just an abject, pitiful failure. So it's incredible to me that we are seeing this. This is mind-blowing to me. That this is the state of, this is the way we find our government right now. That people are literally, state attorneys are turning around and going, I'll just make it up. This is definitely someone, I bet she went over to, I didn't check. I should have probably checked. I bet she went to an Ivy League. I bet that she's a Democrat that's in well and high regard because she's black and a woman. And how dare you question her as she just makes it up. She should have been disbarred. And I don't care if she's a Republican, a libertarian, a conservative, a Democrat, a progressive, a socialist, doesn't matter to me. You just made up crap in a court case representing the government. You need to be fired. You need to be disbarred. That should be the instant response. Disbar and fired. Done. I don't care that you're a black woman. Those are characteristics. They're not qualifications. And when we hire people because of characteristics instead of qualifications, this is what we get. Insane to me. Insane. But I want to talk about stuff that's insane. I got to cover this. You may have heard my dog is waiting for me, wants to go outside. I'm going to go out and let me see. Joel says, how many times has that worked? I bet that happens in New York. I know it happens in New York. It's how often do we get to hear about it happening? How often has it been brought up? And how is it that no one else except this small channel? Okay, I'm not the only one, but why is it so few people? Why isn't this national news going and saying she needs to be fired, she needs to be disbarred? Because Democrats do not want you to know. They want to protect their people. Let me show you how badly Democrats will protect their people. This is CBS News. CBS News.
This was what we refer to as ground zero. That building is considered ground zero because it just was so blatant.
Hospice patient advocate Sheila Clark has been raising alarm on this one building in LA for years. This building are
Okay, let me say this. So he just said, I'm going to actually play this real quick for you guys. Look at the words.
So blatant.
Hospice patient advocate Sheila Clark has been raising alarm on this one building in LA for years.
This woman has been talking about this location, which has 89 hospices, businesses, hospice in California, 89 of them. We later find out in this review from CBS News, 72 have red flags that say fraud. 72 of the 89 businesses in this building for hospice care are suspected of being fraud in California. This woman brought this up for years. Where has CBS been? Why didn't CBS News say this? Where's NBC, ABC? You can't tell me that CBS, the local affiliate or the national, there is a national affiliate, CBS, ABC, NBC, the mainstream news media in LA, just like they're in New York City. You can't tell me. They have local news and national news in LA. They have hundreds of employees, hundreds that have been there for years, living in the community. You mean to tell me none of them ever heard about this? Okay, that's possible. But none of them wanted to cover this. This woman has been doing this for years. And the reason why we're finding out about the hospice care, the fraud in California, modeled on the fraud from Minnesota, is because the guy who exposed the Minnesota fraud, Nick Shirley, is the guy who exposed the California fraud, Nick Shirley. And now CBS went out and said, you know what? He's right. For years, this has been happening. And CBS, NBC, ABC, they didn't care. They didn't care. Why? Because this is embarrassing to Gavin Newsom. And Gavin Newsom is running for president in 2028. Gavin Newsom and Democrats are being embarrassed because they're just as bad as Minnesota. And we see that Tim Walz is embarrassed and Keith Ellison is embarrassed and Democrats in Minnesota are embarrassed and they're possibly going to lose their elections because of billions of dollars of fraud, maybe $9, maybe $18 billion of your money being wasted, thrown away, might as well be burned with a match. And in California, the same exact thing is happening. And they protected Gavin Newsom. Because they want him to win in 2028. That, I believe, and I think it's the only excuse, that is why the fraud in California, in Minnesota, I would even go as far as to say we believe that the same fraud is happening in Ohio, in Maine, in New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Washington, Oregon. In the bluer than blue states, they're all doing what we saw in Minnesota. The criminals saw that the Democrats will not stop the crime. All you have to do is make sure that the people who own the business, make sure they're a person of color and or a woman, and the Democrats will let you steal the government blind. They will let you steal from the public all day and all night if you happen to be a person of color and or a woman. And maybe even better if you happen to have one of the infinite sexualities. They will let you steal everyone's everything. And we see this, it's in California, and I've been saying this since 2025. I've been saying this since we knew about Minnesota, that if we see the investigation and states don't want to do it, the news media doesn't want to do this. They should have been doing this from the moment we understood what happened in Minnesota. We should see investigations in every one of the bluer than blue states, because I guarantee you the criminals have copied this and have been doing this in every one of those states. I know. Can you turn on the light, by the way? Thank you. So it is crazy to me. This is insane to me that they haven't done this. ABC, it's not like they don't have enough people. You mean out of the 10,000 employees in ABC and 10,000 in CBS and 10,000 in NBC, at the 7,000 in the New York Times and the LA Times, that's just those 5 industries. They have tens of thousands, almost 50,000 people. You mean to tell me you can't get 5 people to just check out state after state and see if there's any connection of fraud, that anyone is complaining about this? Are there any whistleblowers in any of the bluer than blue states? They can't do that. You can't get 5 people. You have 50,000 employees. You guys can't put 5 people together. You got to wait until Nick Shirley, a private citizen, goes and does the work for you. That's not just embarrassing. That's criminal. I think that's criminal. But I know that they're trying to protect Gavin Newsom, because at the same time, poor Gavin Newsom, he wants to do what Zoran Mandami is doing. Oh, let's have more taxes. More taxes, more taxes. That's exactly what Kathy Hochul will say. More taxes, more taxes. Just tax the rich more. And they've been saying that for my entire lifetime. My entire lifetime, I've heard Democrats say, we just need to tax the rich more. They never explain who are the rich. How rich do you have to be? And they always forget to say, how much is enough? There is never enough. They always want to tax more. They always want to spend more. And they always try and cover it up and say, well, you're the bad guy. What do you mean you don't want to pay more in taxes? Aren't you evil? You're greedy. You're a greedy corporation. You're a greedy individual. Why don't you give me more of your money? Because it's my money. And I don't have to give it to you. If I don't think you deserve it, if I don't want to give it to you, you don't get to have it. But they're like, no, we're going to take more money. And now we are seeing billionaires. We know that about 6 billionaires have run away from California. That's going to cost California $27 billion in tax revenue. And they're not the only ones. How about this little gem right here? You may have forgot about this. I know Kathy Hochul wants you.
Jump on a bus and head down to...
Let me make this a little bit bigger for you. This is Kathy Hochul in 2022 doing the same thing that Andrew Cuomo did in 2013, except it came back to bite Kathy Hochul in the ass. So here it is.
And we're here to say that the era of Trump and Zeldin and Molinaro, just jump on a bus and head down to Florida where you belong, okay?
She told, you're a conservative. The same thing that Andrew Cuomo said in 2013, 10 years earlier. If you're a conservative, get out of New York. Get on a bus. Take your business. We don't need you. Get out. If you're not a Democrat, if you're not a progressive, if you don't agree with their ideology, get out of New York State. You're not needed. Your money's not needed. Your business is not needed. That's what she said in 2022.
Hey, get out of town. Get out of town. Because you don't represent our values. You are not New Yorkers.
You're not a New Yorker. You don't represent her value. You're not a progressive. You're not a Democrat. So you don't get to be in New York. Nor does your money. They don't want your money. They don't want your business. They don't want you. That's what she said in 2022. The same thing that Andrew Cuomo said in 2013. Since that time, New York has lost another 4 members of Congress. We have lost about $100 billion in tax revenue from 2013 till today. New York is in even greater debt than we were in 2022. Everything's falling apart. So what does the same woman who's running for governor in 2026, 2022, she said that after she won the election, she said, get out. After she was safe, after she won her election and she was perfectly safe and could not be removed, she told you, get out. Now she's running for governor again. And listen to what she has to say in 2026 as she's on the campaign trail.
Maybe the first step should be go down to Palm Beach and see who you can bring back home, because our tax base has been eroded. So I philosophically...
Our tax base has been eroded. Who eroded it? Who's been the governor for the last 4 years? You were lieutenant governor, and under Andrew Cuomo, the complete disgrace that he was and the corruption that he brought in, you were there for the last 10 years plus, more than. In fact, it's about almost 15 years. You've been in charge. So, Kathy Hochul, I have to ask you, if it's broken, guess what? Republicans didn't win the governor. We didn't win any of the statewide races. We didn't win any. We don't have control of the state assembly, the state Senate. Republicans have control of nothing in New York and haven't had control of anything since, 23 years ago, 24 years ago? It's not our fault. Democrats did that, and in particular, for the last roughly 15, Kathy Hochul has done this. Our revenues have been eroded. You did it. It's your fault. And now she is begging people, go find your friend, bring them back. You know a friend who's a millionaire? You know someone who has a billionaire? Please bring them back to New York. Please come back to New York. Please give us your tax money. No, you waste our money. And I don't agree with your ideology. Remember, you said, if I don't agree with your ideology, get out. I got out. People, all the millionaires, the rich. And now Mandami's going, well, just raise the taxes. The rich people will pay it. No, they won't. They won't do it in California. They're not doing it in New York. They're not going to do it anywhere. They're going to leave. And all we are going to be left with is a broken system. This is why we are seeing Democrats lose, because they break the systems. We saw that in Georgia. They're more concerned about being activists. We saw that with Kat Abu in Illinois. They're more happy about being progressive and activists and telling you how you have to do what they want, how you have to feel like they feel, you have to believe what they believe. My God, it sounds like the Ayatollah. It really does. So that's her. And you can see the entire article because there's more articles about this, and I'll go right now. So that was her that was her speaking, but you can see it here. This is from the New York Post. Desperate Hochul begs wealthy New Yorkers to come back as Mandami wants to raise up the taxes. I kind of think, Kathy, they're not going to come back. Mandami is trying to get higher taxes, and you want them to come back just so you can charge them more money? More money than when they left, you want to charge them more money. I don't think it's going to work. Should Kathy Hochul lose? Absolutely, because she is ineffective, inefficient. She has no plan, and the plan that she is trying to put in place is broken. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked for decades. For half a century, this failed promise has always been given. We'll just tax the rich more. They don't pay their fair share. They're going to leave. We told you that. They told you that. It happened, and you have no backup plan. You have no plan. You didn't cut spending. And hell, Mandami increased the amount of spending. Kathy Hochul increased the amount of spending. This is ridiculous. By the way, when I was talking with Matthew earlier, this is Assembly Bill A4615. The link to that will be in the description for anyone who was wondering about it when we were talking about it during the break. Okay, so I'm going to end it there today. We're at 4.5. We're at 4.5 hours. I'm going to end it there. Just remember, folks, that we're going to be coming up. We got a couple events coming up. So we've got on the 26th of March, there is my special with the BronxNet TV. Come here. Oh, thank you. Come on. I'm finishing up. Say hi. Say hi to everyone. All right. I know. So we have BronxNet Communications, a special on March 26th. I've got my birthday marathon. That's going to be on April 6th. That's coming up. There's a couple of other events that'll be coming out soon. That was my puppy, by the way, if you were wondering. That's my dog, Khan. Come on, say hi again. One more time. Hi, hi. There he goes. He's telling me I got to go. I got to go walk him. We will talk more. Remember, I will be raising money for the Jericho Project to help the homeless. So whether it's going over to my PayPal, going on to the Patreon, which is only $1.50 a month, or if you want to do RumbleRants, RumbleChats, SuperChats, please, I look forward to it. All right, let me take this guy outside. There's still a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about. Please check out in the description. Give me a second real quick. You'll see in the description, you'll probably want to follow because Bruce Blakeman, I have no love of Kathy Hochul. I have no love of Bruce Blakeman either. He's a liar. This is news coming from, Siena Research. So Kathy Hochul is ineffective, inefficient, and she's getting, chickens are coming home to roost. She didn't know how to run the government, and now we're out of money. Bruce Blakeman is a liar. That's not me saying that. That's from Siena College. Siena College, as quoted on March 20th in an interview, they say that Bruce Blakeman said, "Oh my God, you guys are so unbiased. You always get it wrong." They've never done a poll with him until he ran for governor. He lied. Blakeman is lying because he's trying to make himself look good. He's trying to make people feel like he's going to win. He wants to make people feel like he's actually a candidate worthy of being governor, and he isn't. The description will be in, you can go to my, obviously you can go to my X channel, my Twitter channel, and you can check it out for yourself. Look in the description. The link will be added after I get back from walking my dog, and you'll be able to see it for yourself. Blakeman is a liar. He doesn't deserve to win either. You say, who should win in New York? Larry Sharpe. That's who. Okay. That's it for now. guys, I will talk to you again very, very soon. Oh, God. Oh, wait. There's a story. I know it. By the way, AOC, she's on ketamine. AOC is on drugs, on ketamine to be specific. She spent $19,000 taking ketamine because this is therapy. Yeah, ketamine, a horse tranquilizer. Yeah, that's therapy for AOC. $20,000 getting this done for I don't know what reason. It made no sense. It is coming out now. This is ridiculous. I'm going to follow this up probably on Monday, tomorrow, with the guys over at the Monday Roundtable. We'll talk a little bit about AOC's ketamine fix, but I'll talk to you guys more about it soon. All right.